video.
more readable. Alright, I think that looks good.
The 377 accounts for the Jinjo manipulation file used to get the proper Jinjos throughout the run, so that way we don't have to rely on RNG and it saves a lot of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we cheat. Exactly.
We cheat!
Cheaters.
We skip a cutscene. We skip skipping a cutscene. We put the time back in for that. Hello, Brian.
Cool, so you guys ready to get started?
I'm ready.
You ready, Shlong?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Alright, you wanna do the countdown, Flame?
I got you. Alright, on go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
ELGO.
GLGL.
And we're off, and the Banjo-Tooie 100% tournament is underway. Dingo, how are you feeling tonight?
I am excited for 4 to 5 to 6 hours of gameplay. Hopefully not 7.
What are you talking about? More time the better. This is the proper hours for a Tooie 100%.
I suppose. Oh, nice. Azmi fails the cutscene skip, so Shlongster already has the lead. Look at that.
Shlongster's off to the races. He's gonna need every
So-
last ounce he's gonna get, but judging from what we were hearing from Azmi earlier, controller's not working all too well. He's been learning DCW.
That's true. Yeah, he's got no DCW routing stuck in his head, so if you see some weird route, that's probably why. So Azmi
seemed
probably lost
like-
like 15 seconds from missing that cutscene skip.
I love the Shlongster vinyl filter. I do believe that is part of his new retro tank setup. I am not sure.
See what potions they get. Shlong gets blue. Not typically the one people enjoy getting, but see how he handles it. Yes, it does, Larry, because Nightbot is broken and none of us have access to the title. So Azmi gets a red potion. Quite a bit easier than blue, most would say, but it is a bit slower. Shlong's just gonna play it
A
safe.
slow walk here. You'll love to see it. This man's absolutely running circles on him in the slowest possible manner.
Well, it's weird because Azmi could change the game title, but he couldn't change the stream title.
They let me in the booth, and the Twitch decided it was no go.
Yeah, Flame just broke everything.
Came crashing through as usual.
Shlongster looks a little lost, trying to find the exit.
Telltale sign of a new Tooie runner.
Twitch needs to reset everything.
Just wipe everyone down to square one and give everyone a pitchfork and send them after their own username again.
Alright, who wins partner? Yeah, so despite missing the cutscene skip, Azmi is only about 5 seconds behind Shlong after Klungo, just to do that down to execution, really.
Adjusting for secretive loading zones.
Yes, just go YouTube live. That's totally the move.
I don't know. D-Live, ooh.
Oh yeah, my favorite. Mixer, rip Mixer.
Ah, the return 2021. Anything can happen.
At this point, Facebook Live's gonna pop off.
It's a classic duo.
Listen, Conditioner, this isn't our fault, okay?
You know what? Happy birthday, Conditioner.
I wish we could change
You
the
know what?
title to make it say that this title isn't our fault.
Can we get a round of applause and a happy birthday in the chat for Conditioner?
No, see, listen, Slip Boy. Listen. This is what happens.
So, just make believe that this is actually a Banjo-Kazooie race. Featuring our friends, H. Pembles. And Eagle Danger.
Someone get Wetarobi in here. Make him fix it. Yeah, so they're like neck and neck now after all that. Actually, Azmi's a little bit ahead after missing the cutscene skip, which will actually save him a little time later when he has to go get Royston. He can just walk straight to Royston and fake gold that.
Ooh, these lines, they're pretty. You love some nice synchronization.
Yeah, usually I feel like the percent doesn't mess with it, but I know fucking with API, or sorry, messing with API, I'm sorry for the swear, can mess with stupid little characters, can mess with anything. I'm sorry, Nintogus. I'm sorry.
Everyone metaphorically point and laugh.
I'm unprofessional.
We got ourselves a sailor.
Well, my father was in the Navy.
Oh!
It's hereditary.
He couldn't help it. We call that a sailor moment.
Thanks for updating the title, Connor.
Wait.
What? It still doesn't work. This is crazy.
This is exactly what I expected to happen, but you know, not quite so spicy. I think it has something to do with his name being Shlong, actually. Don't quote me on that. But also, I guess 69. Why would that work? I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't- If I try a different variation of Shlongster. Oh, that definitely was it. Are you serious? That's ridiculous.
What the fuck? Alright.
We're being censored. This is an outrage. Alright, so does that mean we have to ban Shlongster from the tournament?
Oh my god, get him out of here with that unfamily friendly username.
If they literally let him make his username, why can't you put that in the title? That's ridiculous.
Why are they letting Simply keep his name?
Yeah, for real, that's derogatory.
Come on, get rid of him. They don't even give us the option to report it. It just tells us. Try again. Uh-oh. Honestly,
bomb.
if someone else registered me swearing, I'm so sorry because I did not.
I'm sorry, I gave spoilers in chat probably because I used that emote. They're on a delay. But we got a bonk already. First one in the run from Azmi. Because that's how the seeding works, Tyson. There's going to be probably a few scuffed races in the first round.
Here we have our fellow races gathering together to share their globos with the hobo inside of his skull. He's gonna come outside, he's gonna raise a golden Goliath, and that thing's gonna go kick some rocks and stuff. And then, you know, after that they walk up to a little platform and they save and quit and call it a day.
Yeah, until TDL, it's gonna be a little. Nah, I mean Witchy World will actually be interesting to see
Thank
where the
you.
kids are and
I'll take my bow.
all the RNG. Try to remember who has what kid RNG. Azmi gets the text damage cancel.
Very
If
carefully.
Shlongster gets it, he
We'll
does.
cross that bridge when we come to it. Yeah, you know, sometimes, you know, everyone will be playing at different skill levels, and with everyone, you know, just now kind of starting the 2e 100% shenanigans, everyone's going to be learning at different paces. Everyone's going to have different times to dedicate to this massive, massive undertaking. So, you know, sometimes you get a Schlonger run, sometimes you get a I got nothing for Azmi's name, but you know where I'm going with it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the people in the tournament are really new to this category, and I mean, I would consider
I'm good
myself
at
one of
DNF,
them.
but I appreciate the
It's gonna win. Azmi gets a 47 Goliath. What's Schlong gonna get? 46 maybe? 46.
Ooh, like that rounded corner. They're gaming over. Don't count our boy Schlonger out because of the 1 hour difference. You never know what might happen. Sometimes Azmi's arm just gets absolutely fucking tired and we'll just be watching Canary Mary a couple of times. If he fails it once, he's gonna fail it multiple times.
I was about to say, you just get more fatigued each time you try it.
Kickball exists.
Doing the fitness version.
Maybe off camera. We don't know.
Yeah, it won't be a legal run, but
If
maybe
the
he
man
can
could do
flex.
bits clips in his sleep, I mean, I couldn't imagine him doing some 24 minutes of wall sit while also dropping a decent 2e time, you know? Beep beep. Can I get a beep beep in the chat?
Jeepers. Oh, I love this cutscene.
They were so proud of Jinjo Village, they had to give us 2 flybys. But we skipped one, because,
Yeah,
you know, cool like that.
For those of you that don't know, like the reason, like so Jinjo Manips with the 3.77 score, Azmi restarted his timer. It looks like that's a problem. But getting that white Jinjo is the first Jinjo skips a cutscene, so you don't have to watch the first Jinjo cutscene and then the completed family cutscene. So it does save a bit of time.
A legal run. If he PBs, it's over.
Yeah, talk about our retiming, huh?
You know what? I'm gonna have to agree with Tyson on this one. I'm gonna give it to him. I think Schlonger's in the clear. He was playing dangerous with that one. Oh my! This little bare toes just got munched. I like how he just starts it again.
We just do some math. And that's
We
why
almost got the.
I was gonna say that's exactly why I don't use global hotkeys, because when I type in chat or something, it ruins it.
We warned him about those stairs, and he still tried to take 2 steps at a time.
Schlong's bonking onto the wall from that beak bomb. Azmi takes a little tumble, falls down on the ground.
He's really feeling, really reeling from that that timer cancellation.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to have him like synced now, but I mean, at this point, I guess it doesn't really matter.
We know we're synced up. We will commentate it so clearly that everyone will know exactly what is going on 100% of the time, including the people that haven't been watching Tooie for years.
True.
Are you prepared? Are you guys prepared?
Azmi's looking a little flustered. He didn't even get into the honeycomb alcove there.
Shlongster going a little bit above the jiggy, but you know we're swooping back around.
So Azmi had a really bad flies. He thought he He thought he hit that one, and then he just didn't, so.
He's living up to the Azmi race hype. Yo, I kind of dig that little bonk off the wall into landing underneath Bovina. Shlongster with the careful but precise aiming.
Gotta keep up that 100%.
Getting bad fly RNG, all 4 of those guys flying around by the bridge, having a great time. Azmi entering temple, feeling very confident with that egg count.
Yeah, his strafing
We'll see if
is pretty smooth, especially for someone who, I mean, he's done no DCW in the past, so he's had experience with it, but for being a newer to 100%, he's got an advantage there by having done no DCW. We'll see how Shlong's strafing looks.
Love what I'm seeing right now. Handled that Tiki head with finesse. A DCW is a delayed cutscene warp. It's a trick that we use somewhere in the middle of the run to skip the awful Tower of Tragedy cutscene near the end of the game and take us straight to the final boss. Well, that's right. I was waiting for Cole to get me there. Hey, I thought this was family friendly. Don't make me come down. Don't make me come down there, Dad. I got my rolling pin, my chancla.
He thought it was to look cool. Yeah,
He does look pretty cool with his gun pointed to the side like that, but
that
his bird
backwards
play
walk.
might get him into some trouble.
Alright, Azmi's finishing the first phase of target scan, and Shlongster is entering the fight now. It's probably
Very
about
close, all things considered.
25 seconds back or so, if I had to guess.
Wait, you guys don't practice backwalking just like as a standard practice? I think it helps with coordination.
Azmi's having trouble with that last Magi in there, but pretty good fight overall.
I can fix it. I appreciate that about Azmi, confidence in all things. Shlongster also having a nice easy peasy target Zan banan.
Often run backwards.
I see. What is he planning?
7
He's
billion IQ. He's gonna wait until this dude hits 20 minutes. And
I can't contain myself. The whole from start to finish, this has been one scuffed shenanigan after another. And you know what?
should have
This
just
is
did
peak.
19. He's gonna be in the middle of some. No, actually, this is probably gonna be good timing with the detonator.
He's gonna be levitating and then press the button.
The second and a half you float upwards. Not a bad.
It'll be very, very scenic. Aha! Azmi going for the good old GGM. Oh, second try. He's through that nice little crack, but no problem. Ooh, hold on, wait a minute. What is this? Oh, feed. Wonderful edge grab by Shlongster there. A+. Here we're going up a dangerous slope, praying for no slippery deaths. He's done it. Careful with your Asante emotes around me. You make a little too much, man, with a little Keck W, you know?
I'm liking that Mega Mind. Shlong's going for GGM early. Moved a little too far to the right on that one. Yeah, he wants a little bit more of an angle like that now. I don't think he's moving. Okay, he moved to the right. He does it like a little bit of a harder way.
Moving to the right instead of moving slightly forward at an angle increases your velocity a little bit quicker than just going forward, making it harder to do the trick. But you know what? You know what's more important? The race is back synced up, boys. It looks good again.
Look at that.
Look at our fucking illustrious community leader.
It's calculated. Oh, that's the daily
Other
pog.
racers take note. This is peak Banjo-Tooie race performance. This is to go even further beyond. Shlongster starting his stint as the detonator. Azmi doing the world a disservice by freeing that decrepit bird.
So Azmi is quite a bit behind his PB. Looking at this right now, he's supposed to be exiting Wumbas in about 5 seconds. Done with the detonator stuff.
Like the stream, we've also had a few stutters. We can give it to him. When is kickball? Oh, you know, we might have like a couple hours before then, but you know, stick around.
Oh, he fails the first try to no levitation. He can only fail it one more time. Okay.
Oh, he's really hitting that angle. Okay, okay. Always playing with our heartstrings. You love to see it. That's a true showman right there.
Yeah, if you fail it twice, you get down to 1 health. You can't attempt it again because you're not allowed to blow yourself up with 1 health and you'll die. So you have to death warp and then go all the way back, which loses a lot of time. Feel Gondola for 2. Listen, that only happened like twice. Okay. I'm better now.
Shlongster now starts his race, but I do believe he is forgetting to open the Canary Mary.
Well,
unless he
could just do the old way where you just shoot a clockwork in. Like, but then you have to watch the whole Canary Mary cutscene where she flies out. Or maybe he's gonna surprise us and do the clockwork warp.
You know what? I won't assume anything just yet.
And we got a bonk.
Our boy's on the run of his life. He's headed for greatness.
It's the second bonk from Azmi and really in GGM still. I don't think Shlongster has had one yet. Shlong gets that first try detonator lev.
Ah, waterfalls. I really appreciate my 5 FPS. Lets me admire the art in slow-mo.
Gives you an extra chance to hit that B button. I waited to say anything about the bonk, dude.
Really appreciating Shlongster's filter here because Azmi's screen do be kind of dark. I hope he can see well when he goes into that generator cavern. I don't know how this man is a...
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people's OBS capture's darker than their actual TV. Because I know on mine, like my TV, I can see everything perfectly, but on my OBS, like it's pretty hard to see like in the really dark rooms like that.
Excellent pack work by the boy.
Yeah, Shlongster's capture kind of looks like it was sun damaged in the front window of a shop.
Shlongster learning that old build drill. Let's see if his luck is any better. It is. That 3 seconds, he's out of there. Probably an inaccurate timing, but you know. You let me in the booth and not one of the two gods. Clean lamp jumps by the boy. Even if you could not see the lamps, he was definitely jumping on some lanterns there.
A little hopperoo.
Starting the epic waterfall run. Acquiring some notes, grabbing a Jinjo.
See if Azmi can get a 13 here.
Let's see if this man is the definition of speed. Shlongster going for the old backflip
He's
beat
going
bust
he's
combo.
lining up like he's moving. That's seems a lot harder. Oh, he almost got it. But oh, Azmi does get the 13. Look at that. Just squeaked in.
I mean, he just has to make sure he knows it's locked.
Shlong shouldn't have moved when he came in this room. Like, all you have to do is backflip beak bust and like push forward a little bit and you'll grab it. He like tried to line it up. Maybe that's what he's used to, but I don't
He's
think
a showman, he's trying to flex.
I don't think anybody would agree that that's easier. He finally gets it. Yeah, he may
does
just
not know the
not know it. Yeah.
he does not know the art of the height, maximum height beak bust strategy. Having the boy, having Banjo at like horizontal in the air mid jump and hitting that ground pound, maximum height right there, friends.
Yeah, he would learn a lot by like even I learned a lot going through Falcon's new 100% tutorial, and not to claim that I knew very much to begin with, but like I had a pretty good grasp on it. But watching like top runners explain things always like helps.
I haven't even
everybody.
completed a practice run. I can't even say anything. I'm just here to commentate. I gotta race Haganator at some point. What the fuck happened there? I'm excited for my fat 9-hour / DNF, but you know what? I'm gonna have a great time doing it.
Nah. You're gonna finish.
My cable's gonna come tomorrow, and I'm gonna become a legend in probably like a week's time. I don't want to hold shit up.
Sub 430.
Commentator breaking down live on air? No, it's just honest statement. Didn't even do the. Okay, hold on. That's different. That's different.
There was an attempt there.
There was an attempt, but also there was an equal amount of no practice put in. But we're further along now. What do you mean you love to see it? We just saw a puzzle. We got Shlongster doing the race right now. Can't catch him.
Oh, man, my man's running. He got that 9 on the timer. So he goes for the jump in turbo turns, but he falls in the water, so he doesn't risk sliding off. He doesn't take damage though either, which is slower. But he plays it safer. He won't have to climb back up if he falls off.
I really appreciate Shlongster's like rat foot in the timer. It adds a touch of class to it.
It's got that nice personality.
Just like our wonderful Rareware universe, he loves to see some character. Nice puzzle. Ah, Split Boy showing his true fickle nature. First it was Cheemsburger as the best split background. When will this man decide? More puzzles, more cutscenes. Our boy Banjo doing a little death warp. We're out of here.
That's what's a
Are you
bunch of
saying you
puzzles
can't
here.
claim something? without having done it. Do that all the time.
I mean, shoot, I hosted a bunch of BK 100% races. I ain't never run it. I watched plenty though. Knew enough.
I have watched plenty of Tooie over the years to barely say that I can give accurate, entertaining, and engaging commentary.
Absolutely.
Just because it's not happening yet doesn't mean it won't. There's a ramp up time.
Got that 84 GGM from Schlong.
That's a nice puzzle.
Azmi's an 81 JRL. Not too bad.
Nobody's ever done that in the history of Tooie! Oh, I'm genuinely sorry. Ollie's off. Probably my NVIDIA broadcast turning it into a tin can when it's peaking. My apologies.
You're not convincing me on this NVIDIA thing anymore.
I'm using my headset mic, don't shoot. Things got lost in transit.
Yeah, I ate some nuggies before this so I wouldn't have to eat during. I got me a body armor. We're ready.
Got my schnacks, had my coffee drink. I'm gassed and ready to two.
I was gonna have coffee because I forgot my coffee on the way to work, and then I got home and I was like, you know what? I'd like to sleep later. But then I realized it's a 5-hour run, so I'll probably be fine anyway. Gonna take a. I'm not gonna do that, Slip Boy. Probably. No, as he remembers. Okay, yeah, he's getting the turbo trainers. Nice. Good call.
He's going for speed. Look at this man. Nice puzzle by our boy Shlong. Aha! That didn't have to do any of the fancy dancy stuff because he's like, I already watched the Klungo cutscene.
Yeah, so he'll probably get a nice fake gold after this, but.
Look, I'll go hungry the rest of the stream. But now I'm gonna starve. Slip Boy, don't be a bad influence.
Just gotta do that push to talk. You can chomp.
What? But NVIDIA broadcast is supposed to remove anything that's not audio. Ah!
Chomping is audio.
What it's what? It's not. It's not words. How would you? All right. You know what? Let's solve this right now. Can anyone like type out how you'd imagine someone would be like eating? Like, can you like give me like a written onomatopoeia for like someone chewing?
Phonetic.
Like, someone give us like your best phonetic like. Snow Pea, I respect it, but I gotta be honest. If I ever heard someone say like audibly like munch or something, I'd probably be a little worried. Snorf? Okay, you know what? That's a little bit more understandable. Like that little nose exhale that you do, like when you're taking like one of those good bites, but like you don't want to back out. Right there.
You got that fat Sammy in hand, and you're just like.
That's exactly right. Snowpeed, I'm dumb. I used a word, I thought I knew it, and if you had a better understanding of it, that's probably how this is going to go. That's Cole set me up and knocked me down earlier with one of those. I'm just here to be monkey with symbols. I appreciate it all the same.
Look at all these golds from Shlongster, though. We got 4 golds in the last 5 splits.
Shlongster going for the old Roy, having to do the little extra footwork since this man did not want to watch that cutscene. He's slick with it.
Oh, Azmi gets
Here it comes. The
that
drill bill.
warp pad. So I'll have to work around that when he does the warps. Shlongster successfully avoids the cutscene trigger.
Slip why I can't say that I do. Dingo's cute in the chat. My boy Roy.
Another classic emo.
Azmi showing off his newfound abilities with the Cactus of Strength. Very strong. Please clap.
Strong. So he does the camera like, oh, he gets the group grab. Okay, he does the camera from behind, which most people do it from the other way,
Whoa.
where you kind of run towards the camera. But he made it over with a little trouble getting up to the alcove, but
That was a little clean. Isn't that ledge grab? I don't know. That's pretty nice.
calculated.
Oh, he's going for that. There's some gondola shenanigans. We're about to watch our boy to walk the rope of death. No, he's not feeling it today. He's taking a nice little slide. It worries me more that he's this close to the edge. I know it doesn't matter at all, but I mean it looks scary.
There's a decent setup you can get for lining up the camera if you like turn your camera like when you're climbing up, and then like once after, you can get it to be like a perfectly straight line. But yeah, you kind of have to play with it if you don't specifically know.
The carnival.
Nice. Azmi gets the switch in the gondola cutscene. Little cutscene skip there. Not really skip, but he got the trick.
He got the fancy trick. Gondola DCW. There it is.
If you-
17 seconds saved. Absolute madman.
If you press B too early, the gondola just rides back. You don't hear the little da 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 da, and you can try again. But if you press it too late, you get the saucer cutscene. The gate opens, and you can reset like you normally would for DCW when the cutscene transitions. But you have to come all the way back to Witchy World and go from there. And then if you do it exactly right, then you get the gondola transition on the way back to the Western Zone, and you hear the dun da da da, and it all works.
Just a quick run back for him. That is a dun da 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 that you're looking for.
Yeah, in case that wasn't clear.
Schlong has not DCW to JRL, but it. Never mind. I misunderstood. Commentator knows nothing. Haha.
I didn't know he DCW to JRL in his first run. That's really funny.
One of my little practice things I did live, I fucked it up by I was reading the little guide, told me to tag the train warp, but I had already done Canary Mary, so I'm like, where's the train warp? Thought I was going to the train station, went right to went right to not hag one.
That's a problem.
Hey, at least I know it's a common mistake. In other words, Slipboy asks, please beep.
Shlongster had to kind of reset up there at the top when he was lining up the jump for this Jinjo, and he still stayed. He reset the slope timer successfully, so we got the jump, but it was a little sketchy. It was clean. Captain Cole, thank you for resubscribing. 5 months.
Hope you enjoy your popcorn, Cole. You deserve it for all of your efforts.
To get So like the little wooden top here instead of going for the rope. I guess he finds this a little bit easier. A lot of people have issues getting the backflip onto the rope directly, but the big perk of that is there is a good camera setup for this rope walk here. Like the little...
Shlongster falling a little early, having to find that proper tilt for the ledge grab. Not playing nice today. He gets up there, we're recovering.
I didn't happen to notice if Azmi had Groggy and Inferno, but he didn't have Soggy, because he would have just fed her there.
His timing was just a little off. Also, I think he's playing with his Tink now, and he said he was playing on a TV, and that I didn't want to break his spirit at the time, but he's probably playing with a fatty delay.
Let's see how that works with Gondola. Actually, I didn't hear his audio, so I'm not sure if he got it. We'll see if he goes back. Looks like he did. Okay.
Shlongster with a clean gondola DCW.
It's a small delay, you can get used to it. I feel like if you've never used anything else, you can be used to it, but it's definitely not ideal. Like once you play on something with no delay, like your life has changed if that's all you ever known.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not better.
1000% felt the change up. I remember having a no, it doesn't. It don't matter at all with SHM sometime around then when I first started running, and then I switched to CRT. I was like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Fuck around and find out, huh? Oh. Alright. You know what? It's gonna be a push to talk, so I think more. Hold on. Apologies for profanity. How we all doing tonight? We comfy? What are we snacking on tonight? We got another...
What's Larry getting, tacos? Which sounds like we're getting that local Mexican food. Street tacos. Típico.
I agree to filter myself. I can't go back on, even if it's hard.
I've been trying to contain myself. Okay.
Azmi's off to the races. With his no DCW memory.
I knew this would
He's
come
on
back
the
to
road.
bite him. That's such a long walk.
Hey, I may not feel bad about it internally, but I agreed to something, and correcting myself will help me work on it for the future. That's how it goes. Also, haha, walk of shame.
Didn't look like Shlong had Soggy in here either.
Maybe with this walk of shame, maybe we'll see something else saucy. Maybe he'll try some
I think
Star Spinner Momo.
I think Azmi has Train Station Groggy, because I don't believe he had Inferno Groggy. So that sucks. And I don't believe Shlongster had Groggy and Inferno either, unless I missed it.
Yeah, I haven't seen any child yet.
Oh, he did have it? Okay, nice. I looked up at Shlongster right when he was hitting the warp pad, so I missed it. So that's a nice little RNG advantage there for him. Hopefully he didn't forget to check. But I guess we'll see later. Oh, okay, he just checked right there.
Interested to see how our man recovers from the Canary Mary thing. I hope it was just an intentional potential error to the commentator and not a forgotten objective, but we shall see.
Yeah, if anything, he can just shoot the clockwork in. Hopefully he knows that.
Shout out to the original title.
Oh, and Shlongster dies. He doesn't make it onto the ledge. He jumped too far to the left, and when he got the damage boost, he didn't have enough momentum to take him as far as he needed to go. And he couldn't grab the ledge either. So, yeah, he did a GT, I guess, apparently. I think a lot of people have done that.
Dying there, especially with just kind of thinking you know where it's at, is 100% a normal occurrence.
It's very easy to do that when you're a beginner. Maybe not knowing exactly what angle you need to jump off. It's really just straight across, but when you're a beginner, you just, I don't know, you think about it more, and then it usually ends up screwing you for some reason.
Thinking is the essence of a destroyed speedrun. We don't use brain here. We use it for the initial learning, then everything after that is just our fingers and that sweet brainless muscle memory.
Autopilot.
We have some nice mumbo running action and
I mean, it's
ahead of
PG's
Shlongster.
race. It's a nice meme.
My day has been swell, Mr. Foss. We had ourselves a nice, relaxing 7-degree Minnesota day. Now we're unwinding, relaxing, and just kidding. I'm relaxing. This is high octane Tooie gameplay. Wake the up!
My day was fine. All I really did was go to work, and it was boring. But now we're here. I've been pumped for this all day.
Look, work and everything else is just the pre-anxiety to the event that you signed up for. Isn't that right?
It literally is. Yeah, Harpy, we had to put the star in the title because it wouldn't take Shlongster's name. It wouldn't do it. It kept saying there's an API error.
Wouldn't take. I like that. I like that verbiage right there. I mean, Harpy, did you see what our original stream title was when we were just testing it? It was definitely worse, but it still made it.
Oh wait, it was that's specifically what it was, yeah. Yeah, Lane and PG doesn't really do tournaments, it's not his thing, so
He's very low-key and about his business.
he's got them goals in mind. He's on that no DCW grind.
On a mission to leave every single player behind.
Nice finish to the verse.
This is about to turn into the bar stream. It's an easy Y.
Okay, Lan, I thought you were joking, but then I couldn't tell. I figured you were, but...
Oh, the way he made it actually grammatically correct was 100% tell, but you gotta play into it. You were the commentator. You gotta be the... We gotta be the naive schmoes that actually that sound like they don't know what's going on.
Inform the
Deep
masses
down.
anyway, yeah. And Brandino, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Oxlin.
Can I get some French bread in the chat?
Need some baguettes.
Some boys click clack if he's lurking around.
Oh, Azmi gets
I haven't seen any of the
69.
French Tooie titles, but if they happen to be as good as boys click clack, feel free to drop them on me. Didn't mean to call it a lurker, but you know.
Wee wee.
Get out here, excellent.
Azmi remembers to boop the kid. Four AM, that doesn't mean
Bounced him
anything.
off the wall. Ooh, that's aggressive.
I see Oxlin up at 4 AM all the time.
We got a massive national representation going on here. We got Mini Paws from Norway. What? Who else? Who else is here? Slip Boy's an Australian, I think. I don't know. Don't kill me. You could be New Zealand. Who knows?
He's Aussie.
Alright. Harpies from the Arctic.
Norge.
Azmi is currently spinning in very tactical lefts counterclockwise to really maximize his speed and use the bonks to press him forward. High level strategy.
I prefer Norge. Like I figured that wasn't I figured that wasn't it. I just thought that was really funny to just and quite American
I just
of
like
me.
the long pause afterwards. No, I wanted to give it to him. I wanted to see what happened.
I wanted to Americanize the Norge.
JJ, what's got you feeling weird, man?
Trust me, I knew that was that wasn't. If you know me, you know I like saying words in a unconventional manner.
Do you think I'm here because I speak good? No, I'm here because I'm shameless and told to commentate some high-octane Banjo-Tooie gameplay. No one told me. You know, I felt the urge. What? Papega. Will Shlongster bonk? And he will! That's a bonk for Shlong. He got schlonked. Now it is time for Shlong's excursion with the evil bumper cars. Soggy and Crazy Castle for the Azmi. Let's feed her some fries. Can I get some fries in the chat? Sweet, savory, crispy fries.
Shlong is the next victim to have a star added to his name.
It's all carbs, French bread, fries, it's all the same.
Okay, good. Thank you.
If you've heard any sort of commentary from me as of like the last 6-7 months, you would know that I think I am actually stinky. But you know what? I appreciate it, Slip Boy. You and me really get along. We really, damn, shake up and get on the same page when it really matters. Cheese. Burger. Shlongster was after the memer board record without even trying.
We stay on that grind.
Oh, wait, asterisk only chat enabled? When did we do that? How are we doing today, guys? Banjo Race is not our personal streams. We're here to commentate and lend our voices to the community as a whole. We're not here to enforce ideals and our own opinions. We're here to be inviting guests, hosts, and
We're public servants.
promote positive interactions amongst a budding and changing community.
All these mini games are just get me so worked up.
Commentating hoop jumping and bumper cars is not something that I can do. But at the end of these rings, if Azmi's a tactical man, he's going to be hooping eggs against a wall to infinitely spawn them and fill his meter. But we shall see.
He's got all his hops and the speeds, and he's got all the points. So it looks like your prediction was accurate.
I would yell more, but I'm not exactly in a position. Position, by the way, position to do so right now.
A petition.
You maybe get like one high octane yell out of me just to rein you all in, but that'll be later. That's kickball.
Say that for the spurts.
Dingo and I have the rapport to do that if we wanted to, but also doing that while also being able to accurately explain the game is kind of hard. Although, right now, a little self-explanatory. Shlongster.
I don't know if he checked for the kid in here, but I don't know if he. Okay, he just checked there. I didn't think he had Area 51. So yeah, good thing he checked right at the end. It's slower. You should check when you get in and then whack him before round 3. But at least he remembered.
The shiny sneakers was the only thing that saved Shlongster from walking away. Azmi leaving Crazy Castle, and I do believe he's finishing up with. Oh, never mind. He's just doing balloon burst now.
Long
Never mind.
throws.
He's popping balloons. Uh-oh.
I don't know if that's me or if that's him, but
That's him. That's him. I do believe that is him.
Okay, there.
Has our man returned?
He's back.
When will he return from the war? Oh wait, no. Huh.
He's back. We're a little delayed though. Let's see if. Oh no.
The title
Oh no. It just messed up the capture. I apologize.
VLC going well. We have Shlongster's very clean and orderly gaming rack placed conveniently behind him. That's tactical. That's time save. Shlongster's rat decided to encroach upon Azmi's timer, really trying to get in there and mess up Azmi's timer once more.
Alright, I think that's better. I think we're good now. Okay, yeah, I got him matched up though. It's just VLC's really finicky with doing that.
See if Azmi gets whacked by the evil man. Hammer avoided.
Yeah, I just left his cam on.
It is a genius move. No audio, but just leaving your cam on.
I think I've done that before, probably in the BT and 8% tourney back in 2019. I think I probably did that. I had a very scuffed setup, and I didn't feel like changing scenes and stuff because I was working with a laptop and everything was whatever.
I literally can't get a tournament where I don't go against Hag, so it's literally 2018 all over again. I'm ready to face the Canadian dream. Shlongster's about to jump through the hoopies. He's about to shoot the balloonies. And you know what? All of you are going to be ecstatic about that. Do you understand me? Do you hear me? That is not a good point emote. Jesus. All right. What on earth? Do it.
We need
Get excited.
We need the boy emote. You give me a little whack.
I don't. I don't want to come out here and drop my own emotes. Who would I be? But also, I'm a whack.
I had it, and then my subscription got canceled. I gotta resubscribe.
I didn't mean it. Life isn't fair.
Shlong's got the points, he's doing the poops now.
Is that Gmo? Under a different name? Is that my friend? Oh, has me pressing the switch. I got a little bit of lag there. Uh-oh, I hope Spectrum doesn't decide that now is the good time to cancel it.
Oh no.
I've already cursed it with the title and everything else at the start of this. I don't want to.
It's the beginning of the
more
month.
bad mojo.
There's someone else named Gmo. Is Azmi gonna get the sport pad? Save a little bit of time, he does. Saves like half a second or something. Probably not even that.
Shlongster off to pop some balloons. Speedily. Do we have another bonk in the making? Clean, clean, clean. No bonk. Head clean. Jam Jars is lacking concussions this time around. Azmi doing that wonderful blubber death warp, saving some time, heading on back to that split up pad. We get to go talk to our favorite frog.
Shlong's got us 50 points, so he's just chilling.
Bunk D's in the chat if you're excited. Like that synchronization in the commentators there. It's that enter at
Beautiful.
the same time.
We're on that same level.
We don't even need Streamlink anymore. It's just we are the link. Shlongster really hitting that trampoline effect there. That was something.
Boing.
I did not know the recoil went up that high.
We really gotta thank the devs in this game for the jiggle physics. Not only for the bouncy castle, but for Mrs. Boggy later on.
Honorable mentions is Honeybee. Won't be seeing her this run, but you know.
Absolutely.
Shout out for holding it down.
Alright, Azmi's taking his dive down to Atlantis.
Mildred a close third. Well, she might be more likely to give you the cold shoulder.
Ah yes,
That is one frozen squid.
the juggle physics.
I mean, it could be the same thing.
Some nice jiggy RNG here. Looks like the Pi Omega pattern.
Good see me fish. He's grabbing those notes with precision. And he's gonna go learn that wonderful talent torpedo where he can turn his bird into a subaquatic missile.
Bad
Absolutely
jiggy
necessary
RNG.
for penetrating see-through fish. I just want you all to know that. Bird torpedo required for see-through fish. Keep that in the back of your mind. Take it hard. Yeah, they shouldn't have let me in the booth, but you know what? I'm here now. I'm doing the best. I'm doing the best I can with what I got. It ends after TDL, so don't worry. It gets even worse. "2020 party indeed."
Oh boy, we're the sub now.
You hear that, guys? Sub.
Sub to twitch.tv/
Azmi. Thank you for the Azmi, JBW 21494.
Yeah, I had to wait for that audio cue there. Make sure it hit.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you're possibly talking about, JJ. We just discussed our boy Azmi just typing in the code on the door so he can get on into the old fish temple later.
Shlong beak busted that switch like this was BK. Just gotta step on it.
Both of our runners are both implementing run memories from different routes, and some of them even different games. We don't know what they're gonna do. Sometimes commentating unpredictable elements is hard.
Azmi gets the worst crate RNG,
Taking a long swim.
but entering JRL, Shlongster is over 3.5 minutes ahead of his PB, so that's pretty awesome for him. He's golded most of his splits, it looks like.
Because Tooie had to be different, Lyman. It had to subvert expectations, if you will. We're actually not getting it right. We keep saying Shlongster, but as we all found out at the start of this run, it does not actually exist. It is Shlongster.
Shlongster. Shlostar, Ongster. You gotta pronounce the star.
Stir. Azmi popping his first boil. Getting some good RNG.
Nice.
Boils on one side, going crazy. Two boils one side. You love to see it. Oh, mate. Oh, all the boils.
He's
Oh,
got all three. He's got that 3-3 pattern. That's a nice pattern. It's the best pattern. Keeps getting a little knockback though. He's taking damage, being a little too close.
Alexa reminding me to take birth control. All right, I'll get right on it.
It wasn't even racing. Nate, that's still better than I would do. Facts, the movement sucks, especially if you have to go back and forth and back and forth. But with the 3-3 pattern, at least it makes it easy. But
Very hard boss indeed. Has me taking 3 whacks trying to get aggressive with the fish.
At least we can
Double
do.
hit. Hold on, wait a minute. That's a turnaround right there. Oh,
At
I
least
don't
we
like
can
that
do
he's
this
posting
boss
his
with the
badges.
sub. Doing this as BK is absolute garbage. If you want to do that, just run boss rush or the fastest no DCW route.
I genuinely thought he did too, JJ. I got really quiet in anticipation. I was kind of expecting the death so I can say something interesting, but he just faked me out. Shlongster submerging. Oh, my apologies. Shlongster submerging. Heading for
Oh.
the old Atlantis, hitting us with a spin move.
Get some baguettes in chat. We got Oxlin here. He got his gift sub.
Oh. Ah, the French bread. Pull it back out. He has arrived. Not to be confused with French Guiana. But I'll post that too, because that keeps getting recommended.
It's my favorite flag.
Look at the absolute speed and accuracy on this submarine. Absolute madman.
As long as you gets the Omega Pi.
I also believe that he has the Jiggy and the correct seeming fish. I know that now thanks to Nate, and I did not know that before. Haha.
There's bread because Oxalin's here. Oh, Connor, I have to tell you this, and I can't wait. It's because one of my friends was talking about
Azmi, stop shooting us.
mini ovens earlier, and he specifically referred to it as a mini oven. And I was at work, so I couldn't share it, but it was I was very happy to see that.
Mumbo, there is bread because Oxalin is French. Therefore, we have to do the thing where we do the aside with our friends and not the newcomers to this TUI 100% to address an inside joke. Thank you, and have a nice day. Pancha. Oh, he's going for the glow. Oh, he's got the globo.
And we don't even have a mini oven in this channel. Someone needs to talk to GDO.
Where is that sleepy rascal?
Alright, so Azmi got red potion for Klungo 1. So he
Will
wants
it be
he wants
sad?
green. Yeah,
Or
we'll
not sad?
See if it's a sad potion or not.
Shlongster starting his excellent submarine run.
Oh, no, he wants to change back. He wants to go back for a second.
Sometimes those water physics really get you.
Oh, Azmi gets the green. Nice. So he gets good luck here between the green and the blue.
If you're looking for numbers, we ain't got them.
Optimal potions for this category would be blue, green.
Excellent jump. Don't know if a push is coming our blob friend's way, but he slayed the monster. That's all he had to do.
Shlongster had to go all the way over to the door to check the code. Personally, I keep the route doc up just for that, in case I forget.
This is definitely my moat sand of TUI.
Yeah, I gotta keep that diagram.
Minifoss, you have yourself a fantastic night.
Have a good night, Minifoss. Beep beep. Alright, now's when the run's actually about to start for Azmi, getting them clockworks. That's when the fun begins.
The true precision, the true muscle memory, the real speed gaming comes into play.
And Shlongster also gets the worst Jinjo crate.
Many bonks and bad RNG, and sometimes good RNG tossed away to poor play. But you know what? That's the beauty of it all. That's the race, baby.
Look like
Quality TDL puzzle, the massive indescript brown wall that is being pushed together at an alarming speed. Arguably one of the hardest puzzles in my opinion, just due to
yeah, the color brown, and then the
varying
slightly,
shades of brown.
yeah, the slightly less brown, and then the little bit of green that pops in at some point.
Into our beautiful Jiggy Wiggy cutscene. Such prestige. Shlongster off to the races, popping some boils.
Yeah, he got one, but they're on opposite sides, so he's having trouble getting this one. And he's gotta go back to the other side. Pretty bad pattern for him.
Excellent sub movement though. I said before I assumed the shots would hit, I gave him credit and I was let down. I am sorry, Shlongster.
This is, in my opinion, the hardest boss, at least for me. I mean, it's
Easily
it's
the hardest
RNG.
boss.
Yeah, it's RNG going into it, so you gotta kind of play on the fly right from the beginning, and then adjust your movement after you hit each boil.
And hopefully his aimbot happens to be turned off.
Hey, what's up, PhD? Oh, Azmi beak bombing into the wall. Beak bombing into the wall again.
You watch who you want to watch. You have a good time, you know? We're out here racing some Banjo-Tooie 100%. It's... No one has to be anywhere at any given time.
It's a nice bounce. Nice, he gets the warp. The grenade.
Classic warp.
Yeah, the grenade. You poop the grenade there. It's kind of just luck on how it bounces. So sometimes it can bounce back into you, you recollect it. Sometimes it can bounce through the crack, and you can still do the warp that way. But the way Azmi got it is ideal because it's not in the way. You won't recollect it, and you can just do the shot like normal.
Also a clockwork warp, where you use the power of the clockwork entering a loading zone as you take damage to transfer your little hitbox to where the clockwork was, so that you enter the loading zone instead, because it thinks, you know, hey, I'm here now.
Yep. And CMAC rating with a party of 82.
Hey, thanks for the raid, C-Mac.
Appreciate that. Hope your stream went well. We're doing some more racing.
We're here to kick off the Banjo-Tooie 100% tournament with our illustrious leader Azmi and our incumbent Shlongster. They're having ourselves a good old race right now. Mr. Shlongster finishing up a boss, heading on over to a fun minigame where you're popping underwater mines. And then Azmi has just stolen this man's relic. For shame.
Well, stolen it back to its rightful owner.
It's context. We only know that they had it.
All we want is the Jiggy, so I guess it don't really matter who had it. We just want our Jiggy.
It's all about the gold. One way or another. Yeah, where's our? We need some predictions going. Where's our in-chat engagement?
Yeah, do we want to make some predictions out here?
want to get spicy, you can go ahead and guess, like, I don't know, total block counts. Like, it's a little bit more random. I don't know. How can we spice it up outside of who's going to win?
Azmi. Azmi dies on a grip grab.
Ooh, and he takes the drown. Ooh, double pain. Oh, all the way back in the treasure chamber. That's an.
Yeah. He's gonna have to find places to take damage. He might just have to shoot a couple grenades at himself. Because he wants to prepare for the Canary Mary Death Warp.
Shlongster finishing up sub minigame nice and clean, hitting that SNQs to save time while moving into the next level.
Shlongster is 348 ahead of his PB right now, so he's having a pretty nice run so far.
Please share the Oreos. Commentating this Hungry Warp.
Yeah, so there he is, taking a little grenade damage. Trying to prep for that Death Warp. Coming up in GGN.
Really appreciated that backflip save instead of falling off.
I hate going into this room with 1 health because if you miss the clockwork shot in the swamp, like pretty much if you miss it once, like you're gonna get hit, like you're gonna get chomped up by the PG Lurk boy, and being at 1 health, you know, you'll die. So I don't like being in 1 health at this room. Azmi found a different way to die.
Sometimes those chomplers are fickle. Shlongster heading on into Klungo 2. Let's see what type of potion luck we're getting.
Azmi has no problem with the shot though.
That was so clean. He just kind of flicked that. I didn't know that was part of his setup, but that was pretty, I guess.
Shlong's getting that red potion.
Azmi taking some damage with a clockwork. That was impressive.
So Azmi had a red-green pattern, and Shlongster had a blue-red.
Azmi with first try coat.
Yeah, I got a nice code there.
Dilberta playing nice and being directly against the wall. Cutting down those run times. We call that a time save. Speed gaming.
First time, got a first try 100%, dang. I get first try pretty frequently, which is sad because whenever I get times that are actually going to be hard to beat, I'm gonna get like 3rd try every time. That's how it always works.
Never in the categories you've already practiced for.
Yeah, it's always early on when your runs are kind of bad and you're just like learning that you get really good luck, and then when you're trying to grind for a time, it doesn't go in your favor.
Shlongster with a decent push too.
Yeah, he had that line up.
Time for the best part of the entire game, I do believe. Freeing the bird. But making sure we do not have to watch her fly out.
Yeah, if you... so what you do there is, like, you go up, you shoot the grenade, and you can... Or you have to talk to her, and then you can shoot the grenade too soon, and not take damage because you have a little bit of invincibility frames there. So basically the timing for that is you can talk to her and then just get out a talent shot, walk right up to the cage, and then shoot it, and that's enough time to die, like to be able to take damage again. Because I have messed it up one time to where I just went a little too fast and I had to watch the whole cutscene. Other people have messed it up as well.
Azmi is currently ahead. It's anyone's guess by how much time, but generally speaking, he's a fair bit ahead of Shlong currently.
Yeah, he's a few minutes ahead right now. They both had their fair share of mistakes, but yeah, he's a couple minutes ahead.
Getting really aggressive with these shots. I love it. Azmi playing very fast and loose with these shot setups.
Azmi gets the little talon trot after grip grabbing, but if you get that talon trot clean, it will save like 0.4 seconds or something. It's nothing. Yeah, I think it's about 0.4. Nothing crazy, but
Style points.
yeah, style points, and it feels good to get.
0.4 adds up over time.
Exactly.
Clean crushing shed. No flat banjo today.
It always feels bad to
Shlongster
mess
with
up
a
that
nice
cycle. Messing up the crushing shed cycle and just getting whacked. It always feels bad. Shouldn't happen.
I do participate in the tourney, but we'll see if that actually occurs. I'm going to try my hardest, but I recently moved like 8 hours away from where I was at, and my black and white cable that I was using is currently missing, and who knows when the new one's going to be here. Hopefully tomorrow, but I've been saying that for like the last 2 or 3 days, and shipping to the tundra is kind of a hard thing. So we'll see what happens. I'm going against Hag, so really I don't really expect me to, move past my first match, but also I don't want to have like a 9-hour run or a DNF, so we'll see. We'll see.
It's double elim, so you got time to battle back too.
I'll just pray that his race luck goes into full effect.
Yeah, Flame moved away from me.
Yeah, I ended up in like northern Minnesota, Harpy. So I'm a little bit more tundra right now.
It's unfortunate though, like one time I was actually near you, we couldn't actually hang out. I had like busy things. I couldn't make time for going out of my way too much, and then now
reasonably speaking, Dingo, I almost would have preferred it later on down the road. We were dealing with things, so
True.
it worked out.
Now COVID, couldn't go up there, and my man moved away.
Man boy was a little bit more like it, but yes, go on.
Boy. My boy.
Holding off on my South Park joke. This is family friendly. Azmi with the early peck. Here comes Shlongster with some theft. Repoing that golden relic.
Yeah. The long way around, but played it safe. He didn't want to have to restart in the whole room and have to collect it again. I swear, sometimes the movement from leaving ordnance to collecting the Jiggy to going straight out in a straight line can just be the hardest movement sometimes.
It was completely jarring just watching it, to be honest. I thought he was already out of the maze. Ah! We are ready to race the Canary Mary. He hops on the cart and mashes A as fast as he possibly can. And you know what? This happens 4 times throughout the run. So if you want to just start, the whole A is going on. You can go ahead and do that. We allow the spam. All right, Bongo Cat, sorry, excuse me, Haha Cat. That is more than enough. Thank you. This is where I would yell and try to hit that high note and to do something ridiculous, but I have to respect that.
The ears.
Gotta respect your ears.
Let me see them bone zones. Typing
I
out.
appreciate Azmi's slow. Like he's giving himself some time.
It's actually faster. It reduces lag. If you go a little slow at the end.
I've said this before, but I wouldn't wish my tinnitus on anyone. Oops, my ear started ringing, and I guess this is life now.
I hate when that happens randomly. I don't know if that's everyone, but definitely is not fun when
Wow,
it
dude.
happens. I'm sure it's worse for with that.
When it gets permanent, oh baby!
I'm sure that's definitely worse than what I've experienced, but
You get over it.
yeah, biology's weird. Schlong getting a few gold feathers here.
Safety Schlong. Always good to be safe.
Very nice swamp chiggy shot. Clean. What code's he gonna get?
Azmi conquering his arch nemesis twice in the form of the Canary Mary. We'll see what happens later on down the
Shlongster
run.
forgot the rest of the codes. He got the first code and that's it. So he has to go look them up.
Somebody go help him out. Someone go start typing codes in,
Yeah, I don't have
but not the correct ones.
you just start saying random things in the sky. I don't have
Moon star,
problems
sun, moon star.
with the prison code because I've done the prison code a ton in my time, but yeah, like the JRL code, crispy bacon, I keep the doc open for that just because I don't trust myself 100% to remember all of them.
Krypton Crusader's just right. This is him just setting up the big clip.
Constant tinnitus over tendonitis? I don't know. I think those both are not something I would ever want to live with, but
The rest of my body functions with the tinnitus. If I had tendonitis,
I suppose that's a fair point.
I mean, I don't really have the one that's like sounds like a constant roaring, but it's definitely aggressive ringing. Like, I'm doing my best to rein myself in a quiet room with a headset on, and I can still just hear it just being like, hey, you're alive, bud.
I mean, yeah, I suppose tendonitis is more treatable, so I can see that definitely being a fair answer.
Now, if I had the extreme roaring, that'd be different.
Alright, so it looks like Shlongster's Shlongster's just pooping in the clockwork. Not doing the he's gonna watch the cutscene, it's definitely slower, but I don't know why
As long
he
as he
doesn't.
remembered, that's all that matters.
Yeah. I don't know
I
if
respect
he
doing the gondola DCW, but not doing this. That's the beauty of speedrunning.
yeah, and Gondola DCW saves about 17 seconds. This probably loses more than that. Actually, well, it's not a super long cutscene, but I mean, it's obviously faster to skip it. And we got two cutscenes happen simultaneously here. One of them significantly longer. Okay, this Canary Mary cutscene's pretty long, not gonna lie. It felt shorter last time I watched it.
When you compare it next to the crushing shit, it seems like it's going so fast.
Honestly, the thing just slowly trucking down the belt for like a minute straight. This whole thing's a movie. This whole game.
Everyone get their popcorns out, whichever ones you got. Start posting the popcorn emotes because now's the time. We got some mad cutscenes in the old GGM.
Yep, I'm about to have the train coming up too.
That's right, I busted out my own emote. There's nothing you can do about it. Conchai, hee hee. Slipboy, go to bed.
Monch.
Slipboy, that's the funniest transition I've ever heard. Larry, you're about to be grilled. Uh, how do you have your tacos? Like what type, like what's the topping spread? Like what's the ratios?
How scuffed is the
Heavy
race?
onion?
Well, Azmi lost time on a 3-3 fact pattern. Shlongster didn't do the Canary Mary cutscene skip, but I guess he just doesn't do that though. Azmi
Nothing
also
excessively scuffed so far.
Azmi died in prison compound to one of the wall
Never mind that.
enemies. He had 1 health and he got slapped by one of the wall enemies.
Got chomped by the chompers.
He did get first try code, but I don't know that that makes up for it. Helps, but doesn't make up for it.
Nope. Yeah, you just that whole thing right there you just said is correct. I have no judgments left. What are the meats though? What'd you go with? I want to see if you have like a interesting one, like what is it called, the cow tongue.
Yeah, and Shlong forgot the prison compound code, so he had to look them up, and then he had to go back to the crispy bacon door to check the code because he didn't remember that either.
Okay, pretty standard spread. Pretty standard spread. What am I thinking of right now? I have to think of the name. Alright, I give up. I have to commentate. Could not look at tacos. Wait, why are we smiling?
We're just happy. I'm not a soap person. I just don't like a lot of the stuff that comes on those tacos. I'm particular about foods. Oh, Azmi messed up the clockwork shot. He's gonna do the backflip. That's clean though. That's clean.
Commentator doing his best not to ask Dingo what's wrong with him. No judgment.
We don't need to talk about it. Okay. I don't want to talk about it.
Moving right along. Azmi's on his way to the clockwork silo to refill his stash before entering the old Dino Land, the land before time. We're gonna go say hi to Littlefoot. Yep. That's Ducky, but you know what I mean. Woody with the absolute correct information. Pertinent as fuck. Oh,
Nice grip grab.
Shlongster mashing that A button with the tenacious tenacity.
Tapping all of the A buttons. But TDLs were the fun starts, if you ask me.
That's when we start shooting the clockworks, doing all the fancy movement where the brain starts kicking into play.
Yeah, there's a ton of cool clockwork
While
shots.
Shlongster's over here mashing A.
Especially for first-time viewers, seeing clockwork shots and clockwork warps are always really cool.
Especially done well.
Yeah, done really fast. It's very impressive.
If anyone's even remotely played Tooie with the FPS and then tried to quickly shoot an egg, you know what's up.
Yeah, getting the muscle memory down for like switching eggs, like it takes a little bit of getting used to, but it's really not too bad. Pal Tooie.
Footy with a valid point. Have a good night, Dean, and sleep well.
Have a good night. Nice blue egg.
Shout out to anyone that was willing to run Tooie on PAL. In fact, I feel like I could count you all on one hand, but
At this point, just
You're
buy
all
an
warriors.
Xbox.
shout out Kazui's big feet.
Oh yeah, you did do 80% PAL. That's scuffed.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I can. That's what I'm saying. I can count the few people that I know who did it on one hand. It's like Oxy, Go-Go, and Woody.
And Lanin.
I'm dumb and we'll make the round soon, Landon. Don't you worry. I've been out of the loop for some time. I will better engage. I'm just a little shy.
Well, Shlong finished up his races. Now he's watching her fly away.
Grabbing the ancient text, watching that nice fast cutscene for some reason.
Like, why couldn't she fly that fast in the race? She was just bopping along.
Camera wasn't even pointing at anything that intense. Just, you know, had to let you know that this bird is taking flight. Oxy ascended about last year, if I remember correctly. He acquired the legendary EU NTSC CRT. Or a tank, I don't remember which.
Shlong used a few testers there to make sure it got the spot he wanted. Testers aren't necessary for that shot if you know where to stand, but can definitely understand wanting to make sure.
It's all about the clean operation. Methodical display. Azmi using his solo banjo jump extension by pack whacking and jumping again out of the pack whack. Brilliant stuff. Mumbo showing us his forehead as he pulls his staff from his pants. Bird's nest trousers.
I'm unclear
I
what it's supposed to be.
I
It really
think it's
does.
a bird's nest.
It really does look like a bird's nest. I've kind of thought that as well my whole life.
He do just be a mama bird. Ooh, backslash in the chat. Shlongster hovering that nice 2-minute long boulder into the hole, caressing it into that nice 5-second cutscene change.
Just nice gentle set down onto the conveyor belt.
Smooth ride. Take it easy.
I love the Eagles.
Azmi entering the scariest zone period in the entire game. The wrath of the evil dinosaur foot.
So these little egg shots and beak barges here, they're called egg barges, and you can like shoot an egg into like the gate where those are. And they work through like certain areas, like gates, basically windows, certain things. You can shoot an egg to extend your hitbox through it by shooting an egg and then doing like a beak barge, and you can clip through and grab the item. And there's several of those in the run. We'll use it later for a Jinjo as well, and yeah, another Jiggy.
Ah yes, the old levitate the train as Azmi enters the pterodactyl boss fight, where he will proceed to walk around this questionable isometric camera. Another thing I'd like to point out is that the eggs look like they dance backwards whenever you're in this fight for some reason.
Got down to 10, so he'll get the 2 cycle. This isn't technically optimal, but he's guaranteed a 2 cycle. Optimal is 14. You can get 10, 14, or 18 here. Damage on Terry, and Azmi got him down to 10. The 14, there's less attacks basically, so it saves you a little bit of time, but you're not guaranteed a 2 cycle if you get him down to 14. But you can still 2 cycle from any of those damages if you do it right.
The cycles being his different phases where you can actually hit the boy.
Yeah.
These are one of the small details that Azmi recently woke up at 4 a.m. and decided to type about in the Banjo Discord. Snoopy, I just had to relay it to the world. I swear he just wakes up at all hours of the day and is like,
Has an
new
epiphany.
Banjo detail. One of these days it'll switch to GR and no one will know what is going on.
The game is broken for no reason now.
Azmi's darker screen not coming in clutch with this Oogle Boogle cave.
Shivery cold babies.
Big angry coal clump coming out of the ground. One of the easier bosses in the game. Comically easy if you ask me.
Yeah, especially if you have ice eggs. The ice eggs do 5 damage, so it's a really quick fight. Yeah, you just shoot him in the butt over and over again. He just keeps disintegrating more and more.
Sometimes I just can't commit. Sometimes I just get cold cheeks. Don't pick up that Jiggy. Technically speaking, it probably should be molten at this point, but we're not going to talk about that. Has me talking to Mama Dinosaurs.
Shlong doesn't know where the Jiggy is. He's looking around for it. Can't seem to find it. Just gonna pick it up on foot.
They dancing in the dark there. Bruce Springsteen will be proud.
Ideally for that Jiggy shot, you can switch to Clockworks after the last shot to with an ice egg. You can switch to Clockworks and also like have the cursor aimed like right where you want to shoot it, and you can just shoot it. But it's pretty hard to do, especially as a beginner. So I wouldn't like expect that. But that's the optimal movement for the optimal inputs for picking up that jiggy. And I always thought the shot that Azmi just did flying a solo Kazooie, and you just kind of launch a clockwork over to the little bank there by the waterfall. I always thought it was a really cool, like, just like a swaggy shot. I don't know.
Shooting a clockwork while in air, then controlling it well. It just seems pretty cool.
It just feels satisfying, yeah.
Clean Cheeto page clockwork.
And now Azmi wants to avoid this little platform that kind of sticks up on the ground right there. It's if you get too close to it, Dippy will talk to you, and that's a lot of time. Like, you can't skip that text, I don't think. I haven't made the mistake, but I'm pretty sure you can't skip that text, and it loses a bit of time. So you just want to go around it like he did.
Opening up the old train station in the level. We're gonna need that later for transporting some very sick dino children, among other things. Drippy wants drip.
He wants some of that water. Oh, Shlongster's not standing close enough to get this little Jinjo cutscene skip. Ideally, Azmi did early, but you collect the Jinjo like Shlongster just did, and you mash B, and if you're close enough to the... You stand close enough to the silo where you'll mash B, and then it'll skip the little Jinjo collection cutscene, and you'll start learning your move. It just saves like a second or two, but that's ideally how that would work. Azmi did it earlier though.
Yeah, when's our 10 Jiggy tourney? That's just correct. I want to see a lot more GR purples.
Azmi gets the slide, doesn't end up dying. You slide down there. If you let go of Z too early, you won't hit the ground and you'll just take fall damage and die, so you have to hold Z until you land all the way on the ground. Oh, Shlong didn't hit the back of the rock nut, so he's got to shoot it again.
The rock nuts are well armored. As their name implies, hitting them in the cheeks is the only weakness.
Yeah, they can be really finicky too. Like if you don't get kind of around a certain part of them, that they won't really, it won't trigger that it's like the back. So you have to do it again, kind of like what he did. And specific one is one that Azmi did earlier. You'll see Shlong do soon. But it's, you gotta walk the clockwork through the tunnel, and if you don't get like really close into the corner, like all the way up against him, it won't really trigger that it's the back of the rock nut, and you'll have to jump around, which is incredibly slow.
Clean solo K jumps. Setting up for another little clockwork jiggy get.
Yeah, that was a nice shot.
Nice and quick. No pain.
Yeah, GR tuning would be cool. I don't know that we'd have enough people, but I'd totally encourage that.
From what I understand, 10 jiggy is like a 10 something minute category.
I mean, I think that would encourage people to learn it too.
I'm not really sure the variation in it, but also like, hey, it's quick. Alexa, stop.
Oh no, Larry. Yeah, so this rock nut that Shlong is doing now, if you want to walk it all the way into the corner. It's, if you're not around him enough, it won't really count, and it can look like you're still like behind him on his butt. Rooting for bowel movements. Bowl movements, sorry.
Nah, it's a bowl movement. My bowl.
My bowl. My...
Nah, the satin sheets have become the satin shits. Oh, my bad.
Banned. And Azmi slid down into that dinosaur.
Judging from what I'm reading, there's gonna be a whole lot of sliding. You can 100% be sassy, but that also like sets you up to get the sass in return. See, that's
Yeah.
all it takes. I had more than enough reason to never play Tooie 100% until I did. You know what? Here we are now.
In
I
the
still only learned
tournament.
like half the game, but you know, I'm commentating. We're here. We're in it. Just get Go-Go on it. I'm sure he'd be interested. There was a time where I remember he'd always be pushing GR. There's a few people I can think of that might come back for it. Clean Talon Torpedo from Shlongster, getting those notes nice and clean. Going on his way up to the split up pad to learn the old abilities.
Azmi dropped off the sick Dynel into Chuffy's wagon. Yeah, Shlong would learn too. You say tournament, he's in.
I'm sure after doing 101 plus 2E 100% in a pretty quick succession, a 10 jiggy category might be quite the relief. Boom, boom, boom. Slip Boy might. I feel like I can think of a few reasons why Slip Boy just might, but you know, I'm not going to make any assumptions for him. We don't. I appreciate all this fresh engagement. I hope you guys have been enjoying the first round of the Tooie 100% tournament. We got many matches each day, back to back to back.
Where's Shlong going? He's going up the wrong ramp.
He's going for a ride. He's following wherever his little Shlong compass leads him. That little magnetized little piece of metal is pointing him towards the exit. That's life. He has an internal compass. Actually, let's be real. We have more people running Tooie 100% than anyone could have ever thought possible. I think it can happen.
Yeah, I didn't know, or I didn't think 2E 100% would pop off like this. I didn't expect to be running it myself, seriously, this soon.
Right? It's like send me back to the 90% categories, just remove the bit clips. It's always easier to get into speed things when there are other people and things to engage with.
Yeah, you need that peer pressure. Positive peer pressure.
Without Dylan, who knows what would have happened in regards to BK. Can you imagine if we never told T-Gump, hey, keep going for 43? He might actually do it.
Yeah. Yeah, having people learning it at the same time is nice too, because yeah, you don't feel like the odd man out or anything.
Yeah, it took me a bit to realize not everyone has caveman brain. where they can just kind of just go on stream, look like a complete jag, and be okay with it. I'm 1000% like personified oogle boogle. I know they're people already, but you know, just imprint that onto a modern day Homo sapien.
Not a Neanderthal.
Shlongster really scared me with this 1 HP.
Yeah, that's kind of scary. He got him to 14.
It's definitely a different ballgame, Snowpea. Like without it, I don't know. Sometimes you'd feel like, why run game? Obviously, if you enjoy it, it's whatever. But then there's also like, you know. All right, I was gonna give you the benefit of the doubt there, Oxley, but then he picked up the health. He really played both of us.
Oh, he doesn't get the 2 cycle. He's disappointed. He's shaking his head. That sucks. I mean, he's still like 5.5.
He's smoking
6
his
minutes
run,
ahead.
yeah.
He's golded
PB's
so
all it's
many
all about,
splits.
baby.
Don't get the yeah.
I
Okay,
guarantee
please.
you, I will not perform even a fraction as well as this man is performing right now. So, any like half unenthusiastic, slightly critique-sounding commentary is 100% just lack of knowledge and/or just bad commentary. So just bear with me.
Just pop him once. There you go. Azmi's about to do skew, which is the only time he'll do it in this run. Shlongster will do this trick twice in another time in CCL, but Azmi doesn't do that trick. But for this, you kind of like, you angle BK on a slope. It doesn't have to be a huge slope, but you walk the clockwork out of the room when it reloads, you're kind of skewed like this. And use this to our advantage because obviously he just pecked through, got the Cheeto page and walked out. But the thing is for moving.
Didn't even pay.
Yeah, I didn't even pay. Just stole from this person. It's insane.
Stole the ancient manuscript from the man.
Yeah. So for moving with skew, you have to be in the air, or you can like beak barge and stuff. But like for this, like we will jump and then you'll flutter over, and then maybe do that again if you need to, and then you can just jump and peck to get it. But it only works the first time you enter the room because of the way the Cheeto page is loaded. The way it's loaded like into the room, like as an object, it only allows you to grab it the first time the room's loaded like that. Otherwise, you need to pay for it. So if you mess it up, you have to get the doubloons. Yeah, Azmi's doing solo Kazooie warps.
Here go the blues.
At least I assume he did it in his last run. Can he get? Oh, we got blue eggs. That sucks. See if you're. Oh, he's gonna. Oh wow, that was close. I thought that fish was gonna get crispy. So yeah, like where Azmi's sitting right now, shooting these eggs. Like what you want to do is you want to collect 3 clockwork eggs before the fight starts, and you want to end right as you're collecting the last note or the last egg nest, and you'll be kind of just like sitting on top of this note nest, and it'll respawn on the same eggs you collected. So ideally that's clockworks, and you'll collect if you do it this strat, I think you'll collect 5 throughout the fight, but you can also swim and collect others while the fight's happening, but that's a bit more of an advanced strat. Yeah, blue eggs are like the worst one to get because you can get blue eggs like so easily, like in mini games and stuff, but it's not bad to like missing that's not terrible, assuming like you still have like an okay clockwork count, you're pretty confident in your eggs. But it does suck. You'll just have to collect more later, or like Hag 1 or elsewhere. Yeah, it's just
Tooie after
unfortunate.
the midway point is just, I'm not even going to say midway point. Tooie after the 25% mark is literally just egg confidence.
Yeah, egg counts it becomes especially in like HFP becomes a really big it can be a big problem. Looks like Azmi froze a bit. It's trying to
Well,
load.
oh, yep, he's just having a little bit of technical difficulties right now. Looks like he's trying to wind it back there. Looks like it might be on your end. I tap back in, can see it, but not
Yeah,
sure.
it's okay. He's about 11 seconds behind Shlongster now. I'm
That's
afraid to kind of line it up, but I'll try my best without messing up the capture.
I believe in you. We can have a few forgiven errors. If anything, it added some extra spice. Oh,
It's a little better. It keeps
hot.
freezing. Shlong's is fine for me, so I don't know if this is just my connection to Azmi's stream or he's having issues too.
Does Azmi still stream to that ridiculous quality? That might be it. No? No, he's only 720p now. That's good. He used to stream like 1080p 60. I was like, why?
Try one more time to get him synced.
Wait, what did we miss? Was Azmi playing with our
Oh no.
heartstrings?
It's about as synced as it's gonna get. It's not one to line up more. He got eeled.
Eels. Oh. Oh! Slugger with the solo K death. Not sure if intentional or not. I don't know. Azmi ascending the seaweed sanctum with finesse. Agile fingers. Proper keys at proper times. You know, sometimes you just need to get a grip.
Trying to get this layout back the way it was. It looks a lot better now.
There we go, a little.
Still a few seconds off, but if I touch it again, it'll mess up the capture.
No one will know
So,
about the
we're
synchronization.
good enough, yeah.
If things were 100% clean, they'd give us the better tech to do so.
Yeah, VLC, man.
I also like Azmi's damage into the loading zone. That was pretty. Oh. Lagging into the enemy bunk. Shlongster avoiding the actual bunk. Where Yamyars decides to fuck up and hit his head. Oh. Hit his head on the silo. Oh man. Push to talk might go on. I feel like my filter's slowly fading away.
Gotta think about it more.
Eeyore.
Yeah, so Azmi had 2 health there, so it's faster to go into the corner and kill yourself with grenades. If you have 1 health, it's faster to just go into first person and shoot a grenade at the ground. But since there's no knockback in that corner with 2 health, you just do that and it's faster. Like Shlong's trying to find. Oh no, he messed up the egg jump. He jumped off like way off to the side. Yeah, you're gonna have to go back up there. Has me shooting the icy boy eggs in. Missed that one, I guess. Got a 9.
Sorts of jam going on. Hey, how's it going, Day Day?
Yo, what's up, DD Lux?
Is that the proper enunciation? My bad.
Yeah, DD Lux. He's a pretty good BK runner. Got
I just did not know how to announce the name. I've always said Day Day in my head, and no one ever corrected me.
Well, DD DD Cooks. Finished your headache of a project. Hope it went well. Even better, Tooie runner. Yeah. You display his skills in the tournament. Oh, I thought Azmi was gonna get puffer fished right there. Little too far, Shlong. There you go. Nuts and bolts 100%. You're right. I'm glad it's not. Let's go into the Hag
Don't
1
you worry,
cutscene.
JBW. That's coming 2022. Once we get one big Xbox BK push, it'll all switch into nuts and bolts commentary. I've had a few memes. Azmi has died to a wall chomper while doing the prison code shenanigans. It's probably the most notable thing so far. Outside of that, few bonks here or there. Outside of that, just some nice quality 2E gameplay going on.
Yep. Yeah, Shlong forgot a couple codes. He fell off the mountain trying to do the. He just fell off the mountain trying to get to the baby Terry egg. Yeah, just some scuffs here and there. It's expected in a run of this length. DD's learning nuts and bolts? Is that what I heard?
You heard it here first, folks. The start of the nuts and bolts
It's that big push.
learning. It's gonna happen.
It's the hot new thing.
I've had so much dialogue just spouted out, but I switched to push to talk, so you heard none of it. We're off to the races.
Let's see if-
JBW, I just want you to understand that half of the categories and things that we push usually happens because of a dumb joke.
So Azmi's not copying his file. He's pretty confident in Hag 1 that he's not going to die. Because if you die to Hag 1, your run's pretty much over. You could do the casual way and just kind of do TOT and all that, but it's obviously incredibly slow. But there's a backup where you can copy your file before Hag 1 If you die, you can go back, recopy your file, and then do the fight again, but he's pretty
Gogo's-
competent.
Gogo's enthusiasm for all things Banjo is unprecedented, to be perfectly honest. That man will sit through any nuts and bolts content you give him.
Very, very enthusiastic. He's a big fan of the unpopular things. Just good, we need people that will kind of, he knows pretty much something about like all of the games. He's really into the handhelds and nuts and bolts. He knows a lot about all of it. Yeah, even Banjo Pilot, exactly.
I'm pretty sure Gogo has a run for the Grunty's Revenge mobile board, but don't quote me on that. You heard that right, by the way. Grunty's Revenge mobile. That's basically Tooie because she died to make the title.
Banjo Pilot. Yeah, so for Hag 1, you'll see Azmi's not reading any of the questions that she asks. It's faster to just mash B, just don't answer any of them, get them all wrong, and take the faster attack, because we don't really care about that. Faster attack doesn't bother us on the run. So it's faster to just skip the question. And if you get a question right by mashing A on accident, you'll get an extra text box, and that's slower too. So you just mash B.
Faster the shots, less lag.
Yeah, and ice eggs are really fast for this fight. Yeah, but you can just backflip onto this drill, kind of look up to reduce lag, and none of the rockets hit you. We got Shlong out here, just finished healing up the sick dino child.
Shout out to Physician Shlong.
Ooh, Azmi almost didn't make it up onto that drill.
Maybe he just wanted to show us how clean he could do it.
Gotta make it interesting. Shlong setting up this Jinjo shot. There, yeah, a little closer. Flawless. That was a nice shot.
Wow, the lead into the grab and immediate fall off, that was pretty.
Oh,
Azmi having a hag want to be sure.
Got that nice blue egg.
Tester shot.
Yeah, those batteries actually kind of matter a bit which order you do them first, because like doing the left one first like that So in the second phase, there's a second phase where you shoot the clockwork in to get the right battery. But in that phase, there's another Ugger at the front when you first enter, and he can be in your way. And if you have to go to the left, he's like pretty much always in the way. So you want to do the right second when the Ugger is in there, and it's easier to get around. And he can still kind of be in your way, but it's much less in the way. It's an interesting concept, Larry. I'd play it.
It's like geocaching, except like you get jiggies for going places.
That'd be pretty fun. Yeah, if you do left than right, it's you'll probably find it a bit easier with the clockwork movement.
DD, I do not have a PB, and to be honest, I'll be interested to see if I can actually get one before my race with Hack. But it's been a bit of a roller coaster. Some would argue in the last 2 or 3 years, but the last month or two has been a little wild. But don't worry, we'll get it figured out shortly. Cable should arrive tomorrow. We're just gonna go Tooie overload.
Just roll
Yeah.
with it. Azmi defeats Grunty. Nice.
The move has been seamless, given how hasty it was. But my black and white Tooie cable disappeared in the process, so
I'd say that's a
We'll return to
decent
color.
trade-off, though.
I wanted to keep it as a relic. Damn it. Whip out my... It says arriving Saturday. Assuming the tundra doesn't freeze again, you know?
True. So Shlong only went for 2 clockworks here.
I don't know.
But-
My only statement is just look forward to another 9-hour run whenever that race gets scheduled. Yeah, of course. It's how they create extra jobs, but still overwork their employees.
Yep, only day we usually don't get packages is Sunday, and I think some, depending maybe where you live or like who's delivering it, I think some places still get deliveries on Sundays.
FedEx only started processing their packages on Sundays, not delivering, but only started packaging their Sundays because Amazon made that mess.
Maybe
Like,
that's what I'm
so,
thinking of.
Yeah.
So I know I usually
Amazon
don't get
kind of set the
anything.
precedent, and all the other ones are kind of keep up, but yeah, mostly non Sunday. Yeah, a bunch of bigger businesses set a bunch of shitty precedents, and now you kind of see it everywhere now. Good for the consumer, but bad for the people with the cardboard career.
Yeah, we love sacrificing work conditions for profit, but that's not what this stream is about.
Wah! Well,
could-
throw train course.
not gonna.
Hassan Lib.
The race is it's pretty, nothing too crazy's happened, you know. Azmi just finished tag 1, didn't die, so that's a good little checkpoint.
He's shooting targets.
Shlong is 5 minutes ahead of his PB right now, has a bunch of golds, So I know he's been disappointed with some of the mistakes he's made, but he's having a good run. He's still got a 521 high best possible, so which is
And who knows what other crazy time saves he has just lurking from just previous
yeah,
shenanigans.
exactly. Like he can get a really big PB here. And I mean, who knows? Azmi could fail Canary Mary 1,000 times. Never know. Never know.
We might even see the all blue targets. Who knows? 1 in a million.
Hey, true. Schlong's approaching the big dumb fish to shoot out some of his teeth.
With precision. I believe it. This will be the perfect 5-egg.
Let's see. Did he get? I think he got the good see me. He did. Nice. That honeycomb that he just collected can be down the way. I don't remember what Azmi had. I don't know if I saw, but it can be down the way through the tunnel past the octopus in there, and there's 2 others see me in the locker where you fight Fac. And the honeycomb is usually in there because there's 2 in there and 1 in this room. It's obviously best to be in this room because it's a lot closer. I want to say it loses like 11 seconds or something to be in the other room, something like that.
If that were the case, DD, I'd just really be happy if I could shake the bag.
Darla.
It'd be a whole lot easier.
Yeah, that fish needs some braces. Let me tell you. Shlongster is taking damage on them sailors, but probably would have just been faster to do the grenade shots in the corner, assuming he has enough grenades. But
Oxy, are you telling me
that.
you don't have a brain for just a bunch of wild pop culture references that no one else would understand, at least at any given point in time? I'm sure you got something lurking in that brain.
Oh baby, we're approaching patch. Get your patch jams ready, even though we don't have that here.
We could get into a whole conversation on how people memorize things differently. Sometimes audio cues are the way to go.
I feel like it really is a super common movie for like waiting rooms. Just like, I don't know, like Disney movies, Pixar movies and stuff like that. I remember seeing Cars and I was waiting in some waiting room when I was doing stuff for work, and
I'm in a highway! Have a quick.
had it on lock. You've never seen Cars?
Wild.
Highly recommend. Wow. That was a solid little section right there from Azmi.
Larry the Cable Guy's last hurrah.
I guess, yeah, I never hear anything about him anymore.
It's funny, this day and age I hear more about Ron White than I do
Oh.
the rest of the people that were part of that comedy troupe.
True. That's a pretty good patch from Azmi. He couldn't get that last little patch off. It'd be nice to get that double hit. Patch
Controversial statement, but I agree.
Patch music is incredible.
You get pumped up to get absolutely destroyed by RNG. Bump, 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 bump.
I haven't seen a lot of the later Pixar movies just because I haven't really put the time into watching any of them, but I hear good things about many of the recent ones. Yeah, so Azmi's got to make the trek on over to the
I think
train
Soul was good,
station.
but I think a lot of people didn't get it, which is weird.
Yeah, I still need to watch that. Yeah, so Azmi is collecting this Jiggy, and he'll get the Dive of Death Note, so a solo Banjo, because it's faster to do that when Groggy's in the train station. So he's gonna drop down here and get these notes as well.
I think
But
Cars would suck to most non-American audiences because I feel like it has the most,
most reach.
just most specific to American content within it.
Oh yeah.
I know it's about cars and shit, but oh, my bad. Ah, damn it. Ah! I'm losing it. We're going down.
He's doing it to himself. I've never seen Cars 2, but I have heard bad things. Cars 3 was good, though, in my opinion. He did what in his cup?
I just like that the basis for the entire first movie was just like the concept of frontage roads. Our town is gonna get starved out because they diverted the interstate to somewhere else.
So Shlong
We
is
can't even get.
Shlong's copying his file. He deleted. I didn't see if he had like 2 Gingermanip files, but he definitely deleted one. So I hope his file 3 is also Gingermanip. Because that file
It
had
could be-
3 seconds on it.
Shout out Miss Boggy, by the way.
True. Katonki bongers. The old honkin' bazonkers.
Because to just say Cars was decline and then up, like what came 3 years later, I don't know.
Up was so good.
Up was real good. And then Wall-E,
I've only seen Wall-E once, but I loved Wall-E.
I didn't hate Brave.
I've only seen that once too, I think. I like that too. But yeah, a lot of them I've only seen once, and I don't have the most educated opinion because it's been so long.
My mind is literally only wired for awful pop culture references and nothing else, so this is my time to shine.
Has me remember the fries, so that's good. It's pretty catastrophic if you forget those because you have to do a really, really, really slow backup later.
Seems like there's a dial-up connection going on in the brains of the chat right now. I don't know what's going on. I can hear the K56 noises though.
Ear piercing. Got a nice train cutscene. We got a nice Hack 1 cutscene. This is the designated potty break during the run. The cutscene Azmi is watching.
I don't know what you're talking about. I got a wireless headset. I'm going right now.
Turn off that push to talk.
I made sure just to do that so I can make that joke.
There's a nice little trick you can do during that cutscene when the dino runs into Witchy World. Actually, well, starting here is where the long cutscene begins. It's this portion of it. But when the dino runs into the train station here, you can shoot grenade eggs to... You can actually end up getting basically in the train as the cutscene's finishing. And I mean, it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool trick. You shoot some grenades and you have to do a little bit of movement because you can move as Banjo during that cutscene. But now we get to watch the two dinos run off, so probably just be paying attention to Shlongster mostly right now during his Hag 1 fight. Doing the second phase right here.
Shlongster getting his eggs lined up.
Yeah,
His ducks in a row.
if you go too soon, you soft lock. So you want to end up like entering the train like right after the cutscene finishes, kind of.
Why does that sound like an Arthur episode title? What Oxlon just put in chat. I don't really want to verbalize it, but also like that's how I read it in my head, like some sort of PBS like cartoon title. You can in fact stand on the drill, and you stand on the drill and look up. That you cannot get hit by the shots as long as you are pressed against the dome and looking up. It saves. It turns off the lag entirely.
Yeah, the lag from those, even just you see what Shlongster just looked at, that was incredibly laggy. And it looks like he... Okay, yeah. I don't know if he miscounted or if he just went early. He just fluttered off a little early.
I'm so sorry.
Azmi's doing the Oogle Boogle warp. Oh, he messed it up a little bit there. He's not getting it. You can also do this on the right side, doing a bit of a different method. You can poop the grenade egg into the loading zone, and it'll kind of bounce there, and you shoot the clockwork up, and it'll fall into the explosion and warp you through. And that's basically what we call like PAL clockwork warps, because that's the only way they work on PAL. Is you have to kind of damage the clockwork instead of damaging Banjo. And they can work other places like that, but this is the only one specifically where if you do it from the right side, which Azmi didn't, I think this is the only one specifically that's done like that, if you choose to do it that way. That's how I do it, just because I'm more comfortable with it. Shlongster's getting the batteries. And so normally, what we used to do in this room right here is, so as you saw the first caveman, Azmi lit the torch and then fed him, but he didn't light the torch for the second one, and he's going to for this third one and going to feed him. So what's going to happen soon is he'll be Solo Kazooie, and you can get this cutscene overlap where you poop a fire egg into the torch from up near Terry's baby egg, and then you hatch the egg right after you poop it, and it'll overlap the cutscenes, but you can't skip the text because it'll crash. But you also have to hold A to speed up text, so You have to remember to do that at the same time. So let's see if he gets it. He's gonna poop the egg, jump up, hatch, and he gets it. So normally what would happen is you get a cutscene for Terry's baby flying home, and you would get one for feeding the caveman, getting the jiggy, but now they overlap. And for whatever reason, if you skip the text, the game crashes, doesn't know what to do when the cutscene's over, and you're broken. You have to reset. If you don't hold A, it also does the same thing. And we used to not think it was possible. Like we played it, like people had played around with that, but we didn't know why it would crash. It would just crash. But I just found out recently that you can do it, just don't skip the text. Hold A. Looks like Shlong's getting towards the end of his Hag 1 here. Last few phases. Picking up a little health so he doesn't accidentally die. He did save his copyist file, so he could still finish, but it looks like he won't need to use that. Yeah, exactly. Like as speedrunners, we're conditioned to skip the text because it's faster, and then maybe if we, I mean, even if we tried not skipping text, maybe if you don't hold A, it would still crash. So yeah, it's definitely a finicky trick, but
What
it's not
master of
hard.
composure figured that one out? To be perfectly honest, I need to know what Calm Brain Zero.
I think it was Pick Hackers who did it. He was messing around and just messing around with the game and was like, "Hey, I found this." I think it was them.
True. A true speedrun find then.
Yeah, just kind of like
Half of the major finds in Banjo were done by people that were completely unaware what was happening at the time.
yeah, they were just like messing around doing stuff with like they do work in other games, but it's like, "Hey, I found this thing," and we're like, "That doesn't work," and they're like, "No, it does. You have to do these things," and it does, and we're like, "Oh wow, okay, thank you."
What is it? We got the Snooey practice ROM sometime last year. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was game changing. We use save states. We can use. We just got a couple updates yesterday too. Even today, I think we got an update.
What I be working? Fighting Hag 1 in the replay, basically you set up a trick earlier in the run, and when you fight Hag 1 within that cutscene, or not within that cutscene, but when you go into replays, it sets it up for that when you take this, or you know what, Dingo, you explain this better than me, sorry.
So
It's gonna get wordy.
yeah, so we set up DCW in Witchy World 1. You activate this saucer cutscene that you're about to see Shlongster do right here. It doesn't come out yet because we didn't let it come through. So it only works with that cutscene because it kind of goes from Witchy World to GGM and back to Witchy World. So you set it up in Witchy World 1. Later, when you re-enter the fuel depot, which Shlongster did to enter Hag 1, it triggers the rest of the cutscene. So if it'll trigger the last cutscene that you watched. The last cutscene that you watch is going to be in the replay menu on Hag 1. So when you enter that loading zone, it takes you to Hag 1. And then as you saw the second time you went through right now to go to do Saucer Apparel, the rest of the cutscene finished. So yeah, you can use it to go to a ton of different places. And you can also soft lock by going to certain cutscenes. I think if you watch, like, specific cutscenes don't work, but yeah, like even a Jam Jars cutscene will mess it up, I believe. So it's you have to plan it out for like bingos and stuff like that. Like it's really useful in bingos, but specifically for this, yeah, you go to the replay menu, and you could watch any boss fight in DCW Warp to one of those boss fights. It's basically just abusing memory
You get an Uber past Tower of Tragedy. Great time.
Oh yeah, that's yeah. Only in only in no DCW it was Tower of Tragedy, so and that's because you can't DCW. I think that's a deterrent for a lot of people. Maybe not a lot of people, but some people don't want to run no DCW because of Tower of Tragedy. So Azmi's going on over to
The music
carry.
slaps, the gameplay does not.
Going to carry on over the chonker. The chonky bird baby. On up to carry.
Stuffing some birdies into the pack.
Just kidnapping everyone. It's for a good cause though. So yeah, it's faster to just climb on over the edge and death warp here, as opposed to just walking back to the split up zone. The real villains, they're just trying to get rid of this witch. Won't leave them alone. He killed their friend. Killed the King Jingaling.
Alright, I'm sorry, but I have to play devil's advocate here. You literally kill every single one of Grunty's friends in the process of trying to revenge your one.
It's a dog eat dog world, I don't know. I mean, look at me, he's helping out Champa right here. He's got some stomach ulcers.
Banjo Surgeon. Somebody make it happen. Mobile app.
They'll be fine.
I like how, like, T-Gump says the ulcers had families, but they literally all spawned in, like, groups of threes. And I don't know if that was just me, like, just seeing things, but, like, I just saw, like, all three groups, like, aligned.
You just replicate on command.
When you lurk and talk in TUI chats long enough, you just will things into existence. That's how it works.
There's a really quick pause you can get here after collecting this Jiggy, but it's kind of hard to get. It's
That's what I'm saying.
He
Jaded
gets it.
Faith.
you got the pause. Shlong's doing
Shlongster off to race
Patch.
the Stinky with the Winky, the man himself, Mr. Patch.
strange wobbly inflatable thing.
With pneumonia.
Nice little clockwork shot right onto the Jinjo.
I'd be angry if my family was massacred in yellow cargo shorts. Good patch going on here.
Having issues with this bottom one by the tail.
It's a tiny patch in comparison to the rest of the ones, especially because it almost clips into the tail.
Yeah, that one can be tricky if you don't get it at the start. It can definitely be tricky in flight. He's gotta be careful he doesn't die here.
Oh, he's feeling really saucy. I like this.
He's gonna get this health.
This is some energy I need right now. This is impressive.
You can beak bomb these patches too.
Nothing but patch. Schlongy boy staying tough, staying hungry, and he's currently almost 7 minutes ahead of his PB.
Yeah, he's having a good run.
Azmi is currently just finished a nice puzzle.
One more patch.
Cutscene time.
Just don't die. Alright, he gets it. Nice.
Beak bomb and he. Oh. I don't. I don't want to talk about the fact that I've been entirely watching the stream and not watching the in Discord this entire time. We're almost 3 hours in.
Of course.
So if anyone's wondering why our commentary is a little off, it has nothing to do with Dingo's synchronization.
Got this nice little OBS preview I can look at. Schlong's now about 7.5 minutes ahead of his PB.
Oh, that was a poggy woggy patchy watchy.
Woo. Wow, Azmi getting the 68 puzzle. He choked the 69.
That's how Tooie should be ran, as like a mindless stress relief type thing. That's how 100% should be.
Looked like Shlongster was forgetting where Groggy is.
I can't even not imagine not talking, for the last like 20 minutes. Oh wait. I did. It's messed up that it's really not that far out of sync still.
Yeah, it's usually not too bad. Like we've done like full commentary like with that intent because whoever couldn't stream at Discord at the same time because of just restrictions and hardware and whatnot.
God, that screen shake really accentuates the girth on that child. That was like it. The screen shook so bad that it lagged. I never noticed that before. I couldn't tell if where it was standing or something, but it was up.
Straight up earthquake.
This is not what was touching for me.
And Banjo got slung.
Zonker displacement out of this world. A nice puzzle. Jiggies are like the same size as the batteries, but you can only tote the batteries with the backpack. So I got some problems with game design, but Jaded Faith, you're actually hitting the serious topics here.
Yeah, Shlongster's shooting that lock from afar, so he doesn't take any damage on it. Ideally, you run into it and then kind of poop the grenade and get pushed into the into the cell, but he had 1 health, so he just kind of shot it from where he was standing. And he's also remembering fries. That's good. Morning, Doom. We'll let you guys decide.
Yeah, that's a poll. That'll be our first poll. Where are the mods at?
Yeah, the poop grenade thing, I think you want to kind of angle it like...
It wouldn't be a stream if oh, my apologies.
So you kind of want to angle it like down right, I think, and it like kind of boosts you into the cell when you poop it.
The old damage recoil knocking you backwards. Wouldn't be a stream that I was involved in without Doom coming in here and calling me stinky.
All the stinky boys. Squad
Always
up.
just coming in here, just pouring the iced tea on me, heavy sugar. So I'm just coated. Try to pick up my mouse and it's stuck to my hand. Of course, I ain't going anywhere. I locked in specifically for this reason. When all the eyes train onto one person, then that's when the real memes start. I'm well caffeinated. We're prepped.
For 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'm really glad I got involved with a game I didn't spend the 3 years grinding. Azmi saying what we're all thinking.
Shlong's gonna use that 30-minute time
I've
save
seen
on
his arm
Azmi.
speed. He's got the mash down. Ugh, all my streams. 2000 aired.
Oh no.
Bad time.
He's chunking 9 AM ourselves. I mean, yes. This is the plan. Gotta make up for lost time.
Can't wait for the Tooie Mardi Gras stream. Spend an obscene amount of time in Jollies. Just hanging out with Blackbeard.
Some of that ginger beer.
Yarr. Shout out the dinosaur cutscene.
Shlong's just making a bold move here, not going to the bathroom.
He's like, I've done 101. I can handle it. He's got his gamer bucket underneath him.
Got that tube.
Shlong in the bidet. My imagination's a little too good for that, so I don't really want to be talking about what just went through my head.
Azmi just got wrecked. That's a big time loss.
What type of?
That's a big time loss.
I'm genuinely surprised we didn't get some sort of emote in chat as a result of that. It's kind of epic.
That was just really bad timing. I didn't
Very
expect that to
angry
hit
ice
him.
dragon constantly spitting his ice balls and unfortunate timing with a much slower individual at the helm than Banjo.
I thought it was gonna hit right behind him.
I do believe he thought the same.
Yeah, so Shlong's doing the other way you can clockwork warp. He kind of just shot the clockwork into the loading zone, so it's not gonna work. You gotta shoot it up more so it drops into the explosion. So the grenade damages the clockwork. Oh, he just pooped a clockwork. Jeez, that'll work the way he did it, but you can only do it shooting it so low like that if you kind of wait a little longer with the grenade bounces. Because it has to damage the clockwork at the same time it enters. And the first time he shot it in and it entered the loading zone before the grenade could explode.
Chili Willy Snowball came down on Azmi to double tap him as soon as he hit the water. Impressive.
Had to be sure he was dead. You think the other method is easier? I've always done it this way. Like, I've done it this way for years, so I tried doing the other way and I just like couldn't get it after a couple tries, so I didn't worry about it because I'm just not used to it.
If you damage it, how is this supposed to work? Unless you got like Old Trusty or something. Circulation of a god.
Shlong's not gonna go for the cutscene overlap, he's just gonna go ahead and light that torch there.
Jumping jacks to get the heart up.
So Azmi skipped a little, I guess you wouldn't call it like a gun there. It's faster to skip like the first gun because you only use 3 of these. So you skip the first one and then you shoot with the last 2 as well. And then you end up closer to the exit at the end of the fight.
Oh, what? What was my visual? What was I even looking at? Never mind. I said nothing. Okay.
Nice little minute time
Clean
loss.
Chilium Billium. He's on his way out after collecting some more ice eggs after the fierce battle.
Oh no, oh, I thought he was about to get knocked off there. That would have been another chunk of time.
I was super impressed that he decided to double tap after he didn't grab the note nest. He was already playing with fire.
Yeah.
What? These hitboxes are really giving him the business.
Yeah, these hot hands can be really annoying. If you just hit him at the worst possible angle, especially, like, it'll just knock you right off and die, or just, I mean, at that point you may as well just die.
That almost was a thumbs up. But I'm assuming that was intentional. like collecting a fish, freeing a Jinjo from a boiling pond, and
Jinjo
dying in the
soup.
process.
Love Jinjo soup.
Very clean.
So the movement in this room can actually be kind of hard with Solo Kazooie because she's so like fast and
And floaty.
yeah, like you can easily like maybe accidentally miss one of the switches and fall off, or like this hothead can like come hit you, and yeah, this room can be kind of annoying when you're starting out learning. Despite it just being pressing switches and running over paths.
Moves faster than the FPS can actually maintain.
Honestly. You like, wait, I'm actually over here now and I'm dead. I fell off. Yeah, see, he wanted to get in there.
Just taking it.
Shlong's doing a bunch of slope timer resets. Up that
Hothead
slope.
playing fast and loose.
So Azmi's about to do the Icicle Grotto shots for this Jiggy here, and it's one of the harder shots, I'd say. And or sorry, I say Jig, I meant Cheeto Page. And it's you can do it a different way. You can do it by walking down the path a bit more and shooting a clockwork down a path and just walking, collecting it. But doing it this way, like it's hard to set up because Solo Kazooie can be finicky. It's really hard to adjust like small movements, but he did that pretty well.
That's a clean.
A lot of people don't opt for that because it doesn't save too much time, and you got to be kind of fast with it for it to save time over the other method. Just gonna do a big jump on over to Glide. Which always feels nice to have because it makes your Kazooie movements, like when you have to flutter and wing whack on over to places, you can buffer with using Glide, so it kind of makes it infinite, like until you land really. Like you can just glide, flutter, wing whack, glide, flutter, wing whack as much as you want to. So makes doing stuff like that jump super easy. What's up, Dave? See if he can get this shot before Willy taps him, and he got it. He missed the cycle of the ice ball, but ideally you would get hit by the ice ball right after you collect the Jinjo and die immediately, but he just runs over and uses the grenade. No, not a big deal. There's also a Yeti around you can take damage on, but they like to wander, so you can like kind of waste time walking over to him. This trick is really cool. It's called Slit Clip, and you kind of shoot a clockwork onto, so you just failed it there. You shoot it on like the other side of this wall, and you can jump through and over one of their alcoves. He's having some trouble with it, but basically you jump all the way down to the bottom and collect the Jiggy that you would normally need to use split up with Banjo and Kazooie for. He's really having some problems.
Are we about to see the clockwork refill run?
Hope not. It must be something to do with how he's holding the stick, because his jumps sound like the timing for these jumps are kind of particular, and they sound like he sounds like he's doing them right. And he messed that one up. So if you don't hold the right direction, you can end up in that alcove, and that just happened. So yeah, and that was his last clockwork. So he's got to get some. There's 2 backups here in train station, but ideally, if you need these, you would get them after you are successfully done with Slit Clip. You're supposed to jump 3 times. You would do... So the way the trick works is you jump like twice really fast, you wait like a tiny bit, and then you jump a 3rd time, a full jump. You kind of hold upright a little bit. The camera will like shift, and then you can just hold up, and you'll land in the bottom alcove. I suspect he was maybe messing up the directions he was holding it. Like maybe just not waiting long
It
enough.
looked like his camera angle got a little messed up with each time.
Possibly. This should work. Yeah, okay. So that one worked. That's a shame though, that's a pretty big time loss. He wasted like 5 or 6 clockworks on that, I think. And he needs one right now actually. He's gonna go warp down and get 2 clockworks, I guess. There are some off to the side as well. On the way over to Icy Side. I don't know that these are faster. Maybe they are. I don't think they would be though, because then you have to go back and warp up. Because he has to do. He only needs 2 more for the rest of the level. He needs to do the ice wall shot, which is coming up like right now, and then he needs to do the ice train shot later after he visits Boggy. It's not too bad, Oxalin. It's like, I don't know, it's definitely difficult to learn because it's hard to know what you're doing wrong sometimes, but Falcon's most recent tutorial on it is pretty good. It helped me relearn it really easily. Because the original tutorial from years ago was a little, I don't know, it wasn't as good in my opinion. So yeah, Azmi gets that shot pretty easily. Nice. He shot a grenade over there because there's 2 note nests you can break with the grenade shot like that you'll have to get later. It saves you a bit of time having to break them as Banjo. So now when he's done with this fight, he can just go over there and pick them up instead of having to break them. But it's only worth shooting that grenade if you have enough time. If you get the clockwork shot fast enough, you may as well just spend your time waiting for Chili Willy to shoot and break the ice blocks. And Shlong is now over 8 minutes ahead of his PB. He just golded that Champa split.
Having a crazy run.
Yeah, he can 520 right now. He can sub 520 even if he gets some nice golds going. He's dropped his semi best by a lot. His best possible before was a lot higher than it is right now.
I'm sure we got a few more juicy time saves going into CCL, etc.
Oh yeah, I mean HFP is obviously one of the hardest levels, and then CCL can be bad. Just gonna gold feather a bit. Laning sweating.
the old GI puzzle.
It's a fun one. Yeah, and he remembered the Jiggy, which is good, because you can't go back and get that Jiggy if you forget it. Not after you drop off this platform here. Because there's no way back up. Oh, he recollected the grenade. Ideally what you do there, what he was trying to do is you poop the grenade before you talk to Mildred. And then you talk to her, skip the text, and she blows up. And then take the Jinjo.
Jeez, my allergies are really fucking. Damn it! My allergies are dying right now.
Rip.
Probably just sneezed 30 times off plate.
Shlong's wife's bringing him some food, it looks like. You gotta stay nice and fresh on that energy. So Azmi's trying to line up for this ice train Jiggy shot. There's a little seam here you can shoot through. You got one egg. And the interesting thing about clockwork shots is like it depends on the angle like you're looking at like the seam through. So you could see like a minute ago he like kind of turned his point of view a little bit more to the left and then angled his cursor up more, and it can give you like a bit more of a gap between the geometry there. And you kind of have to feel it out. Like something like that shot is harder because you can't necessarily see the gap you're shooting through. Whereas something like ice wall's a little easier. You can see where the ice meets like the actual like mountain wall and angle, because you want like a pretty thin gap, but not like so thin to where you can't see the difference. So that makes clockwork shots like kind of not hard to set up, but just like more particular, I guess.
No clear spot to aim through without a guide to show.
Yeah, exactly. Looks like Shlongster saved 15 seconds on his HFP puzzle there. Got a nice gold.
Always love to see a nice puzzle.
Azmi's fluttering out of Talontrot a couple times in a row. That's the good thing and the
Sometimes
bad
you get
thing.
excited.
Yeah. It's a nice thing about Tooie being able to freely flutter for certain tricks and whatnot, but it's awful when you're just generally moving and accidentally do it. Because that would make too much sense, Jaded. Then the game just wouldn't exist. We don't use logic here.
I think this is more to the canon of Mumbo being an alien. Therefore, he can revive aliens, but he cannot revive schmoles. Though, I guess it really depends, because Mumbo would be an invader, thus, I don't know, thus the mole would be the alien?
Make it make sense. So there's a strat you can do. Azmi didn't do it. It saves like, I want to say like 6 or 7 seconds, where you can climb the snowball up the mountain without the warp pad. You just climb up the side of the mountain as the tiniest version of the snowball that you can be. And so yeah, you just kind of jump up the side of the mountain and then build yourself up over by the ice wall shot. And it's kind of hard to do, so most people don't do it unless you're like like a top level runner, because it doesn't save too much time. But it's a cool little trick. Yeah, I haven't played with it too much myself. I played with it a bit like a year or two ago, and it was kind of brought into the route, but I didn't mess around too much. I wasn't really running the game at the time.
I watched Mumbo mess around with it for like an hour. I was like, you know what? It's pretty fucking cool. I'm doing it.
Yeah. That's what Miley Cyrus wrote the climb about. Some lore for you.
Whole Cyrus family's Tooie addicts. You could see it in Billy Ray's debut in the hip hop world,
Oh,
and it
God.
wasn't Old Town Road. Let me tell you. Genuinely sorry for the sharp decline in conversation here.
Nah, you're good.
Donkey.
Mumbo healing up the last alien. And Shlong will soon be healing, or not healing, doing the first Mumbo section for the aliens. I guess that's healing too. Got the double Mumbo.
This is the speed gameplay right here. The Mumbo sections.
It's the only reason I play this game, honestly.
You do got a cool staff though.
Just the peak of movement in any speed game.
Something about the way he like holds his arm out in a T-pose while running. Just sync up the Sonic Heroes intro theme song and you're good to go.
So that shooter page, you don't have to egg barge for it. You can just shoot an egg through it and you collect it. It's pretty broken, honestly. And then this waterfall Jinjo, you can just damage boost inside.
Well, he was clean with it too.
And it's about time for some
And-
spurts.
And the alien child has departed.
Rest in peace. Not too much happening right now, but Azmi's on his way to the first set of kickball matches. Almost demanding. You know, some people like that.
You give Globo to Humba? Question mark? You give Globo? Yes? Oof. There's some laggy chili willy shots
Yeah.
playing as Mumbo. I did not recognize that. Jeez.
I think he's trying to take a damage on one, but
I was very gassed up, but then the stream went past my bedtime and also my knowledge of the route, so now I'm just sitting here trying not to swear and or say something completely illogical, so
we're past the part where you learned.
you figured I'd watched enough over the years, but not enough to make adequate commentary, nor do I feel like I should talk over the person giving the proper explanation.
Well, so far nothing too elaborate's happening right now. So. But we do have spurts.
I can help with hypothetical lore situations.
Yeah, we love those. Yeah, so the goal for Mayan kickball is to just you want to score as many on yourself as possible. So obviously the yellow ones are the good points, and the red ones decrease. So you kind of want to shoot them into other people's goals. The Mayan kickballs aren't too hard. It's the later. It's like HFP round 2 is like the hardest one. But in HFP, you more just play like keeper. You just kind of block your own goal. Because in HFP, you want the lowest score. Well, it's kind of yeah. You want the lowest score. In round 2, you start with a high score and you want to lower it yourself. So that's why that one's tricky, is because there's a lot of RNG in that one. And hoping that
our sandwich.
yeah. Yeah, and you just want to like kind of just snipe the other guys from getting stuff.
Snipe others while not being sniped.
Define sandwich, please.
Telling you, cream-filled donut can also be a sandwich.
I don't think I'd argue with you.
Call that a closed-face sandwich. I like that quadruple kickball spin.
Just freaking Beyblades.
It was all at the same time. Synchronized spinning. Coming to a kickball arena near you.
Shlong gets out of Chili Billy over
Quattro,
10,
quattro, quattro.
10.5 minutes out of his PB. Another gold. Dude's down to that sub 520 best possible. So it's looking pretty good for him so far. A lot can still go wrong, but he's got a really nice time buffer to work with. Oh no, it's the commentator's curse. He just died. I cursed it.
Perhaps my lack of commentary was useful after all. This is Dingo's fault. Huzzah.
They're gonna blame me instead, yeah. I haven't played a Rocket League in a really long time. It's probably been 2015. It's probably the last time I played it. Yeah, what's up, Clinep?
It's Penal C!
Penal C. Yeah, so this is the hardest kickball match in my opinion. I think a lot of other people would agree because instead of just kind of playing goalie, you have to actually be aggressive and get these balls and score them on yourself. And as you can see, Azmi just shot one, and the purple Stony took it like right out of him, like his shot. So
It's excessive. Purple's
yeah,
really playing deep. Jeez.
for real. And the flashing ones are worth extra points, so you want to get those. Like you really want to aim for those and snipe those if you can. He's kind of close right now, but I think he'll be okay. Purple's really aggressive.
He's putting on a show, surely.
It looks like he'll be fine. And he is, he's good.
Oh. I thought Purple made a play there. Shlongster off doing the hard solo K room. I wish him good fortune in the wars to come. Oh, Azmi scaring me.
Kinda tight. Oh! Yikes. Gotta redo that one. It's not uncommon to fail kickball. It's probably more common than you'd think. It seems pretty easy, but it's actually like a lot of it is really just
RNG.
luck. Yeah. Like it depends on where the balls spawn. Honestly, just like how aggressive they are. And they're usually like they're pretty like standardly aggressive like per round, but like I don't know. Sometimes they're just really on it.
If they group up and stay away from you, it's usually whatever, but Purple is literally trying to bully Azmi.
Yeah, and like when one of them kind of sticks to their side and just takes all the balls that spawn there, like that's usually the one you have to look out for. And it looks like he's got this one in the bag, unless something drastic happens, but that's not going to happen. You've only not lost in one run so far. Yeah, it's harder than it seems on surface level. Just a lot of luck. So that's unfortunate, but
Literally a matter of the ball being in your court.
literally, yeah. He has a sub 9 there though. That's a nice gold split that he has for kickball. Sub 9's a really good time for that. Shlong finished up Icicle Grotto. He's gonna go on over to learn Glide.
Shlongster got an interesting message in his chat just now.
Oh.
He doesn't know how to react to it. Looked at it, did a little eyebrow flick, and was like, back to gaming. Shlongster glide time. Get that extra hang time. Azmi entering the music with the level with the best music. Oh no! Help!
His brain stopped.
We're making wild assumptions that it ever started.
So ideally you can
We
break
can't-
the clockwork before the Mr. Fit cutscene plays him running away, but it's kind of hard to get. Let's hope he has this dirt patch.jpg open, because
Ran away
these
from a little.
dirt patches are, so that's a really good RNG. He got the honeycomb first, so the bean's right here. But there's several different patterns you can have here. You can have to drill up to like 4 times, and they can lose quite a bit of time. But there's a little cheat sheet we have to know what to drill when, depending on what that first dirt patch is. And now entering this skull here, Mumbo can be in one of the 2 skulls here. There's the red and blue skull. And we want him to be in this skull, so we'll see right now. And that's not, he got bad skull, so that's about a minute time loss for him. And the reason it loses so much is you have to walk Mumbo around, like all the way through Central Cavern, all the way to the red skull, and jump off there. But if Mumbo's in red skull, you just have to jump off the side. But Mumbo's in blue skull here, so you have to walk all the way through the cavern. And the way we tell that by just walking in there like that is sometimes you can tell by the Jinjo color. One of them, the skull with Mumbo has a Jinjo, and the skull with Mingy has a Minjo. And if it's the right color, then you can know from that, or you can see the Globo counter in the corner pop up if it's real Mumbo. And the Globo counter popped up, so that was real Mumbo. And it looks like Shlongster got slick clips, so that's nice. Finally given Dippy his drink after all these years.
It's been 20 long years.
My man's thirsty. See, Shlong was aiming okay, that actually worked. I would usually aim a little higher if the wall looks that thick, because it can the wall can get a bit the gap can get a bit. I wouldn't say the gap can get bigger, but the wall, the space between the wall and the ice wall can get like a little closer together, and that's typically a better spot to aim. But he made it work, so that's all good.
Drippy got his drip back.
Yeah, so now Azmi has to come here and fight Mangi Django, which ideally would have happened earlier, but he needed this red Jinjo as well. Yeah, Dippy's like, I'm so thirsty, then he gets his water and just takes like 2 sips and then just goes back into his hole. He's like, yeah, I'm good. So this boss fight, oh sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. No, you're good, you're good.
So this boss fight's actually like really simple because you can do this little quick kill right here where you stun lock him with some eggs, if you time it right, and then just kind of hop to the side over by his wand and gold feather him. What were you gonna say? Sorry.
It's it's gone. Not important.
All right.
I'm basically in the not important attempt at making interesting commentary portion.
I feel you. I mean, yeah, it's a long run, so especially after a point, can be exhausting. I'm feeling fine though. So yeah, now he has to come Beak Bomb all the way over here to get Mumbo, walk through Central Cavern, and then jump down to the Rain Dance. This was a white Menjo in here, so immediately you can tell walking in that it wasn't red. There's Silent Protagonist, thanks for the raid. I'm okay, Larry, thank you though. I got me some water. Still, staying hydrated. Big race in the morning. Shlongster looks a little lost for a second. Yeah, so if Mumbo was in Red Skull, he would have just been able to walk outside and jump off the sledge here. And ideally, Azmi would have taken 3 damage and been able to just jump onto the Seba and die afterwards. Because he's gonna Death Warp. He has 2 health, so he'll probably just end up walking off. Look at that expansion. Shlongster is now over 15.5 minutes ahead of his PB after Chili Willy, by the way.
Might be the first time me ever actually noticing Miss Boggy being in the room while you're feeding him the fish.
Wait, what was that?
I don't know how I never noticed Miss Boggy being in the room while you're feeding him the fish.
Oh, I noticed. How
I
could you-
don't know how I could have missed it.
It's a little thin, but it should work. You should be able to find a spot to get this egg through. His camera's zoomed out. Normally you'd have it zoomed in for this setup. Maybe that's what he prefers. But oh, that's a immediate. Look at that.
How you feeling about the race though, Silent Protagonist?
Oh, Shlong misses that jump on over to the ramp. And this trick Azmi's about to do is pretty cool. He's Yeah, so you can do that jump completely as solo Banjo, which is pretty sick, in my opinion. With just some well-timed inputs. You can auto jump and then full jump. Release your pack while you're still, like, carrying yourself forward. And then pack whack. And jump again. Everyone haggling that jump. Yeah, learning that jump for a beginner is always interesting. It can be really hard. I remember learning it back in 2017 and spending quite a bit of time on it.
Impressive though. I mean, getting to the factory itself is also like an achievement.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the hardest worlds casually. It's super fun on the speedrun though. Oh, Azmi almost fell off there.
Handed Tooie to a casual friend who had never played it before, and their only complaint was that sometimes finding objectives and things to do is a lot less intuitive than BK, and I don't know. I guess if you go into the precedent that the two games will be similar, setting yourself up for wrong expectations.
Yeah, BK's a lot more straightforward and just like here, do all of these things right here, right now. And 2E's like one giant puzzle, which is why I like it so much.
No, I just thought he was gonna do the snowball strat.
That'd been pretty sick. He just nails it first try.
I'm about to say that's that's what I was expecting.
Oh no, Azmi.
As soon as he zoomed in, I
was like,
something puckered.
I was like, I don't know about this. That grenade egg is tricky. Yeah, normally for this little button he's trying to push, you could just like leg spring onto it, but we don't have leg spring yet because we get that in GI, which is the next and final world of the run. So you gotta kind of do this little hop off the rainbow, which can be kind of annoying until you get the feel down for it.
I will admit, I do think Tooie requires a slightly larger than average brain.
Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, we took damage there again. Yeah, so standing too close with the grenade shot there, you can actually, I mean obviously you can die because Azmi just did, but yeah, you gotta be careful with that. I stand pretty far back when I do it because I'm terrified of dying and missing that shot, because the grenade will just explode like right in front of you if you miss the hole completely. And so this minigame is actually unique in that when you hit all 100, the minigame ends because there's nothing else to do. So the goal here, like the time actually matters on this minigame, because the faster you've shot them all, the faster you can proceed. You only need 90 to get the Cheetah Page and Jiggy, but then you have to wait the full time for it. Looks like he'll finish with a 7. Yeah, I don't think dog skip is as hard as a lot of people make it out to be. Like it's definitely a difficult trick, but it's not like, I don't know, it's not like a bit clip or something. Like it, you can just try it over and over again pretty quickly too.
I'm just in my head like, I've tried it so many times that I don't think I've ever successfully done it.
I wouldn't say it's easy by any means, but I don't think I don't think it's like the devil like people act like it is. Like I'll never
just-
do any percent just because of dog. It's like I don't think that's reasonable to be honest, but
Oh, absolutely. I just the bar being moved to bit clips just really messed with my head there.
oh yeah, exactly. I mean
I've
that's
never
just
heard it contextualized with in that comparison. I'm like, whoa.
like because people have compared like is dog harder than bit clips, and I'm like, I mean that depends who you ask, but I mean they're completely different things that aren't really comparable. But I mean bit clips
Yeah.
just require so much precision. Dog you can kind of like you can do it on accident, honestly. Like yeah, it's hard to like get it like every time because you know it's still frame perfect. Yeah, when you learn how beak bombs work, it changes the way like your flying mechanics are. Like you're so much better when you realize that you just like use the center of the screen or like Banjo's feet as like the reticle kind of. Then you just become so much better at flying. I think that's something a lot of new runners don't know.
Feet.
Feet.
I didn't know that there was an actual way to tell. I just kind of looked. I've heard the belt buckle during like FP early and things like that, but I've never heard the feet crosshair.
Yeah, you can use like I use like his like kind of like the heels of his feet a little bit to like aim. Okay, so Azmi is doing the cheese wedge, clockwork warps. I think ideally you would stand near the entrance and shoot a clockwork to collect the jiggy, but he didn't do that. So this part of the route will be a little different than what Shlong will do, because Shlong will do cheese wedge as BK. You can do the skew trick that you do in JRL to collect the Cheeto page from Pano using the skew, but Azmi's going to do some clockwork warps as Solo Kazooie, and they're a bit. I wouldn't say they're harder, but you can kind of easily soft lock. It's not too easy. Like you have to really kind of mess up the timing to soft lock, but it's easier than other shots. And that one's fine. He'll be fine with that one. And a lot of people don't do this. Usually, mostly just like top runners do this because it doesn't save too much time compared to the skew method. But I think they're really fun. So basically, you warp your way into this little room, collect the jiggy, and death warp. Whereas later, Shlong will just kind of peck through the wall to collect it and leave. And then this shot is really just shooting through the crack. Like it's very obviously open. You can just pop one right through. Yeah, I mean you should have enough clockworks for that because you don't really need too many for CCL unless you really mess up a couple shots, but there's also, you can get some in cheese wedge too if you need to, but that kind of just defeats the purpose of doing it. But at that point in the route, you would already be committed, so. Because you only need one more. And that's the Jinjo and Wumbas. But Azmi's gotta get through Canary Mary first, so we'll see if he's on Canary Mary for 30 minutes or not. Killing George cools down the pool of water in HFP, and then later you drain it so the pigs in JRL have cool enough water to swim in. I'll cool your pool, Brandy, and don't make me. And we got Shlong doing spurts. Eventually, Pog. Yeah, the HFP water's like boiling hot, so that doesn't work, apparently. Nice DK rap rendition. Oh, so Azmi's doing the safe method here, looks like. Maybe? No? No, he's just gonna go for it. I didn't know if he was gonna... He used to just kind of sit behind Canary Mary, but it loses like 2 minutes. Which is a bit safer, but it's much, much slower.
This is definitely Chad's me playing the game right now.
Yeah. Dude's going in. Yeah, Canary Mary and Kickball. This is... Honestly, this is just... You can leave after this.
This is peak.
Yeah.
This is peak. It's all downhill from here.
It's taking a little bit of a pause buffer break. Doesn't want too much fatigue. It looks like he's gonna be good. Nice. GG. Looks like there's a tight kickball match going on right now.
Silent Pro Tag, you forgot the most important element to that equation. The Canadian flag next to his speedrun username.
It's a big advantage. Nice little recovery, getting the Jinjos to be there. He's kind of stuck on this door frame though. He golded that Interwumba split too.
Why do dinosaurs exist?
Rip.
Ah, cool.
So this Jelly Castle is intended to be, this Jiggy is intended to be gotten as solo banjo. You just shack pack your way down here, but you can just kind of slip through with a little bit of angular movement as the bee. A little bit of speed, and zip on through, zip on out. Hydro Thunder. I love Hydro Thunder. You got the hurricane. I was about to type the hurricane. Yeah, in this race, this Mr. Fit race, you can just cheat it and do it as the bee. You're supposed to use turbo trainers, but this is a little faster. Yeah, Shlong is 14 minutes ahead of his PB right now, so it's looking like a really nice PB if he can just hold it out, keep it up. His best possible is a sub 520. Oh yeah, solid Shlong. Yeah, Hurricane's a fun one. I was playing it quite a bit like last year. I've had it for years though. Y'all nasty.
Magnum Schlong.
I'm gonna do the voice. Guest commentary.
Thank you, QQ. Currently sucking on a seppicle so I can talk again.
It's an unfortunate time for that to be happening, too.
I knew about it. I cut it too close. Bad timing. One bad stroke and it was all it took, and it was bad timing.
And Schlong gets through kickball. Looks like it'll be a nice chunky gold for him. By about 30 seconds. And just for reference, Azmi is about 5.5 minutes behind his PB. Azmi taking a nice dip and spiral one last time before he says goodbye. See where?
Yo, why does that low look so scrunched? What the heck?
It looks scrunched.
Oh, what? I've never seen that variant. Am I dumb? Just that lol just threw me off because I've never seen the scrunch version.
Oh. Yeah, that does look off-putting.
Yeah, I'm just
The-
like, wait, what?
BTTV one, that's probably why.
Ah.
It's got that lowercase u. So Azmi's about to do a trick called break-in, which is, in my opinion, one of the most fun tricks. It's just a clockwork warp, but the way it works is really cool. So you kind of get this guy to aggro you, like so. You freeze him with an ice egg, step off to the side. You shoot a clockwork, calculate it right into the windowsill. Turn your camera towards the enemy, otherwise he's unloaded. And then you time it just right so that he breaks out of the ice, you wait about a second or so, and then he hits Banjo as you're entering the loading zone. It's a really fun trick when you learn how to do it. Yeah, so Shlong's about to be doing the alternate cheese wedge route, which involves the skew. So he goes there right after entering Blue Skull. And it looks like he had bad skull, just like Azmi. I didn't actually see, but it looks like just based on where he's at that he didn't get Mingy Chongo. I could be wrong, maybe I missed that. I was watching Break-In.
Dinky cheese.
Yeah, so you just kind of shoot a clockwork over here, collect the Jinjo, and you just walk through the loading zone. And it works the same way as the Cheetah page in JRL. Except this can be done more than once if you mess up the skew. Whereas in JRL, the Cheetah page can only be gotten the first time the room's loaded. But he gets it with ease. And this next clockwork shot Azmi's about to do, it's behind this wall, but there's a little gap between the window and the wall here, and he can just shoot a clockwork right under it. And you can flick the stick just a little bit, and then let it go neutral for just a second, and then shoot the clockwork through, and it's perfect. He forgot a Jinjo there though. Okay, he's going back for it.
Oh,
He didn't even take damage, okay.
what on earth? What is happening? He was in the water a whole.
That was weird. Oh no. Oh no, now
What's
he's dead.
going on?
He's dead.
Oh, now it decides to work. Oh, 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 oh.
He'd have been better off taking the first damage. That's unfortunate, because now he has to go all the way back up to floor 2. Because you can't warp up there yet because the front door's still closed. AMZ. Shlong's not using first person talent torpedo. Makes my brain hurt.
We call this lag reduction.
Lag adduction. Yeah, so you're just gonna leg spring up there. Not wasting a clockwork. He already has leg spring, so. Ideally, he would have jumped above the 10 tops, taking a little damage towards this note, because he's about to death warp.
That's the beauty of it, Silent Protagonist. As the commentators, it's our job to define to you just how wild it actually is.
Yeah, we got all the nostalgia here.
Nostalgia is the first step towards speedrunning. It is in fact the gateway drug.
Really is.
Oh, that fucking Zumba was coming for him. Wongy wongy with the beautiful maneuver.
Yeah, and this honeycomb in the train station here, you can just leg spring up and do a little. Well, he wasn't quite high enough. He lost a little too much height before he got off the ground, but yeah, you can just wing whack for it right there. You're intended to just kind of climb up there and grip grab and grab it. Alright, good night, JJ. Have a good sleep.
Sleep tight, JJ.
This looks like Shlong messed up the first little phase of the Mingy Django fight, but he recovered, got the quick kill still. Sleep loose. Shlongster's
do love
coming
an
back. Yeah. Good old underdog.
Shlongster really trying to enter the Michael Jackson path. Something about this Mincho running in circles is hilarious.
Love a good up dog.
God, toxic waste.
Is Shlongster forgetting where to go?
Gotta pull out the rod real quick.
He's just kind of chilling here.
Oh wait, what? What?
What
Why
is
is
he?
it so delayed? Why is it so delayed? His, like, my stream on his is so what? That was weird.
He went the wrong way in the cavern.
The cutouts will make him pay for that.
Yeah, those can be
With his knees.
really annoying. Those are like the most annoying part of taking Mumbo through the cavern, is just avoiding those things. Wacky with their wieners on a stick. Oh, Schlong better hope he doesn't die here. Can he fix it? Oh no. Took the tumble, took the damage. Nice backflip.
Yeah, I've never really seen him fall that way.
So yeah, I have to bring Solo Banjo back to HFP because we still need to rescue Saberman. Save Slip Boy.
Help our friendly Australian out.
Gotta carry him back to his camp. Save Slip Boy percent. The resyncing the timers was pretty impressive. Can't argue with that. He just keeps wanting to grip grab.
Why does he have a beanie emote too? Why? Why? I hate that that was just loaded up in the clip, just ready to go.
Yeah, the purple overlay, I really like it. I'm really glad this is a purple theme.
ooey purple. Oh.
Wait.
What noises are being heard? Is it? Do you guys hear the hedgehog running on the wheel? I don't think that's it. It's literally just me in this quiet room. Then all of a sudden the hedgehog decided it's go time.
Oh no. Ideally, what Azmi would do there is beak bomb into like the warp pad, kind of take a damage, recoil out to land, and then he'd be at 1 health. But he was already at 1 health, so he's kind of had to land. So he's gonna have to leg spring up to get this jiggy.
Go green.
And now this part is toxic waste. I think is a really fun section. Because this trick right here, so you... Okay, I'm waiting for him to set it up. So you get to this little screw on the ground. Gold feather cancel. You can swim immediately and then talent torpedo in this particular spot, and then just swim right into it. Sometimes it doesn't work if you're in the wrong little section on the grid.
And Mr. Rupees.
And then this shot is also pretty cool because you can. It's hard to see. It's like impossible to see, but I assume his screen is a little brighter. You just kind of shoot clockwork through there.
Good shack pack by the Shlong.
Yeah, like it doesn't work like it's. You kind of have to be in like a really particular spot with it, like on the grid on the ground.
Yeah, Banjo definitely sacked up in 2A, let's be real. Teehee.
His timer's ahead because I've tried syncing them. They keep getting out of sync, but every time I sync them, then the capture gets really screwed. So it's kind of just a little bit off, but it's manageable. I can try to sync it up again, but I'm afraid it'll screw with the capture once more. He actually reset his timer earlier, and he actually fixed it by setting it to 20 minutes, and then when Shlongster hit 20 minutes, he just restarted it.
Set his timer for 20 base and then waited for Shlongster to get there.
7 billion IQ.
That's my leader. QQ says 420 as Azmi proceeds to take a massive pollution rip.
That green smoke.
They ain't call them smokestacks for nothing.
Now this trick is quality control early. It's just another clockwork warp. But yeah, you just poop a grenade and shoot a clockwork through the loading zone. And then take damage. Danko Slayer, true.
Seeing all these perfect bounces and setups without a single grenade bouncing back at him is really getting my goat right now. Has me playing fast and loose with these barrels.
Yeah, this little section right here can be specifically hard for beginners because they just don't have the timing down, and everyone's probably failed it at least once when they're learning. It's really not too bad. So the Jiggy actually landed on the conveyor belt, which doesn't happen too frequently.
Huh. I have never seen that in fact.
Yeah, usually it tumbles down and it lands near where you're standing. If you collect it, like it can fall where you're standing. Like if you get too close, like you should never be that close when you're doing it, but it can fall into you and it'll just like crash the game. Which actually happened to someone the other day, I think. Yeah, doing it farther away is like actually a lot harder.
You never want to start doing floor 4 early.
I did that in my first real run, I'm pretty sure, because, or maybe it wasn't my first real run. Maybe it was like a practice through the route, but I didn't feel like going all the way through that again. Just did floor 4 early and it took like 2 minutes. This is probably my favorite FPS section. It's really fun. It's really fast if you do it like well.
His health is kind of scaring me, given his chance for enemy positions, but he's going pretty hard right now.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Like there's usually like one that can hit you, one or two, or if you shoot a grenade too close, but I definitely, if I come in here with 1 health, I pick up, there's an extra health in like 3rd room you can pick up, and that's what I usually do. But yeah, getting down to 1 health on this can be pretty monk-ass.
Once I got used to the strafing and stuff, like ordnance and stuff didn't feel bad.
Yeah, dying here it's not, I mean, it could be a lot worse. You just get sent back to the sewer entrance right here where the Jiggy spawns, and you just go back in, but like it's not like you go to the beginning of the level, which would be significantly worse.
What a coin getting groupies, I'm in the market. Lynen's thinking about it. He didn't type it.
Yeah, so you can just get that Jiggy with a, or that Jinjo with a nice solid egg barge. It's one of those other collectibles you can get.
Super.
We're cracking the safe. Ready to to it.
That's an oh whoa in the chat. That is aggressive. Corn? Hornet? I'm a simple dingus. I see a hacker voice and a corn cob and I think, yes, peak comedy. Did Dingo die? Wait, nobody asked that one. I wasn't saying anything. I had like a whole hour where Dingo just dropping commentary off. I don't want to. He's gone. Putting him out to pasture. It's him.
Wait, can you guys like really not hear me?
Now they're just putting you out to pasture.
I wasn't talking too much, but like.
No, we were definitely having a back and forth. Was it just me?
I don't know.
I feel something's up.
I don't know what's happening. I mean, I wasn't talking much anyway, but I don't.
I can't even play it off as. Why am I scummed? I didn't do nothing. I'm just as gullible enough to believe it as well. I think. I don't know anymore. Oh, shit, I'm getting scared. No, I can't hear Dingo.
Well, I'm not talking. Louder. I didn't change anything, so I don't know why I would be either not heard or quiet.
That's why I was confused. I don't know what's going on, man. I thought there was like people were playing with audio settings. I'm like, what? We're like almost 5 hours into the, the race.
Like I didn't do anything.
Why did you turn off your cam? He can't show you the T-pose that he's holding right now.
Flexing on everyone.
The stream's being casted on a projector and he's just T-posing over it.
It's just my silhouette.
Yeah, he's in front of the projector. It's crazy.
Time for the best part of the run, the mambo and laundry section.
Wait, what is this double Dave action going on in here?
Got Danger Dave, and then we got the painkiller to get rid of the danger. The pain that you receive from the danger.
The duality of Dave. We all know how Twitch usernames work. If you got an underscore, there's some numbers at the end of it. You're just a statistic. How will I ever be able to discern you from my other Dave without the underscore?
Yeah, Dingo Slayer with 1 hour was taken already. By some dude who didn't even stream.
Let's see. Is he gone now? Did he get freed up in one of the things, or is it? It's just,
Nah,
it's just too much lore now.
I
I feel like you wouldn't want to change it at this point.
I check periodically. He has streamed since like I made my account. Like he streamed like
Streamed yesterday.
League of Legends or something. Pretty sure dude has
He
like 10
streamed
followers.
Apex yesterday.
Oh god, yeah. He's a
Oh, that one stream a year to make sure you're not getting it.
Someone saw him in like a random chat one time and sent me. I think it was Bex. Like saw him in a chat somewhere. I was like, "Are you kidding me? I need to have a word with you."
He'll pay him.
Yeah.
Right, I support streamer name collectivization. Let's be real. The monarch really comes out of me when you mention that.
Either do the work or give up your rights. Yeah, when you're partner, you can kind of just change to whatever. You can also pick your prefix code for emotes. Shlong going a little high on that jiggy. You get like a little boost after you shoot the last eyeball. So he's a little too high.
Not keeping the dickest prefix after the name change was just a sin.
GDQ didn't like it.
They don't need any more prefixes. Ah, the soothing sounds of the steel washing machine scraping the floors.
Squeaky wheels and rusty knobs.
80s office chaircasters slapped on a washing machine and thrown in a factory. Love to hear it.
Azmi almost forgot to open the door.
It was just a Style Points 360. Look, fellas, there's a whole bunch of rusty knobs in this chat right now. I don't want to hear it. No excuses.
Yeah, don't act
Go
like
polish
you
your
don't know.
knobs. Dutch glow in the chat. I don't know what's going on, but Schlonger's timer is really distorting over time.
Yeah, it's like the bit rate or something. I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I keep looking at it, but then I'm looking over at Azmi's. I'm like, unchanged. What happened? The S and Q is the B with the jiggy at the forehead. How I'm trying to be.
This is the third worker jiggy, or third worker for the jiggy. He's gonna damage boost up here for this Jinjo.
As long as he's doing his final run through the Spiral Mountain before beginning the big clean. I don't know. The more I look at it, though, the more I'm just like, I think if you changed your name, I'd actually mistype it more than if it was normal.
Yeah.
After knowing you at this long, like it's almost instinctual. I don't know, like whenever Dylan changed his name, I still just X8-bit D2 is like for some reason the worst, but also the most memorable emote prefix I've ever heard.
Yeah, for real. And
One of those things I have wired in the back of my brain, so I'm just like, maybe it would work the same.
It's like nostalgic at this point. Yeah, like it sometimes looks weird saying it with one R, even though that's like what I would have preferred on it. I mean, obviously because it's the OG, but yeah, it's part of the lore now.
Interested to see Shlongster's time when he presses the split key again.
Yeah, it's been a couple splits since we got a number from him. So
He's just being mysterious.
Azmi's on the last little section here. All we have left now is to finish up a Weldar skip.
Wah, 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 wah.
Yeah, so all we have now for Azmi is just this one clockwork shot to get this jiggy near the fan. And then we have the roller jump right after that. And timing ends on the Cheeto page collection, assuming he has everything.
If Azmi sticks to his script, we should get some Waldar.
Yeah, you gotta see the Weldar fight. Nice shot. Yeah, for content.
You know, Schlongy, that was a good shot. I don't know how you didn't get that.
Alright, let's see.
Moment of truth.
Nice, GG. He looks like he got everything. Hopefully, should check totals. He's not checking totals though. But I'll pull him in.
Wow, what an absolute. Just flexing on us, not even checking.
GG
Hello.
Azmi. You gonna check totals?
I just did.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're seeing it now. So I assume that means everything went well. Alright, yep. GG.
Jeej.
Yeah. Bit of a... Sorry, you gonna say?
Is his face?
I think you keep cutting out.
Yeah, he's cutting out hard. Ah,
Rip.
ladies and gentlemen, Azmi won!
Oh, he left the call. He's probably resetting something. 440,
Hello?
140. Hello?
Hi.
Alright. That's better. You were cutting out, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I just asked his Shlongster on PB pace.
Yeah,
Yes.
he skipped the last couple splits, but he was minus 13
Oh, damn.
when he entered Wumba for CCL, so he just learned leg spring.
Nice.
So yeah, bit of a rough
Azmi,
run.
care to explain what happened in GGM, or not GGM, Mayhem 2?
Mayhem 2? Is that, like, out of everything that's happened, that's what you want to know?
Yeah, I do. I want to know. I want to know how you managed to get got by the easiest thing in the.
I have
You made
no
a mistake
idea.
on.
I have no idea. Like, I thought it would work. Like, I was holding right the entire time. Guess it just too early or something. I don't know. Maybe I can just blame lag. No.
Yeah, always.
Shot. Sports got us good.
Sports, that was a big one. Couple things and everywhere.
It didn't feel clear and
What
Mary,
do you mean?
so that was good.
Mumbo death? Ooh, that was spicy. And HFP?
That, oh my god, I was so triggered because I practiced that. I usually skip the text at the second, at breaking the second ice cube. So that usually makes it so that the last snowball kills me right after the cutscene. I guess that was just too slow. Oh, didn't work.
Yeah, that was a nice chunk of time loss.
Yeah.
I felt you brace. Like I couldn't see it. I couldn't hear it. All I just the immediate brace after the second snowball was coming down.
Yeah, I felt
Yeah. I saw it coming. I really wanted to go for it. I really wanted it, but no.
Almost style points.
Then slit clip. I don't know why I
Oh,
failed that so
yeah.
many times. That was a mess.
Yeah, I was like, you used like 5 clockworks on that or something.
Yeah, I had so many clockworks and I wasted all of them. I don't understand. I don't know why I failed that. Maybe it was just like muscle memory was off. I don't know. That was weird.
Hey, I was impressed with the recovery all the same because I would not know what to do with 0 clock.
Yeah. I saw.
I don't know
Yeah.
locations.
Those are the only 2 locations in Fireside I know. I think.
There's
I got lucky. I knew that.
the ones by so like whenever you went to BK and then you warped to the lower side, it probably would have been faster to go over by like the hot pool where the fish is and there's like 2 egg
Oh
nests over
yeah,
there.
true. I forgot about that. Yeah. You go past that in no DCW when you do Shack Pack skip. I always forget about those.
Yeah, because you could have just went over by Icy Side and then just picked up those on the way.
Yeah.
But yeah,
True.
still not a big deal.
That's true. Yeah.
Go run though.
Mostly. Oh yeah, fact. You had the 3-3 pattern, but
I botched it. I was too close for the 3rd and 6th boil, so I just got bopped. Then he turned around after every time.
yeah, you kept getting
So
smacked.
On the razor's edge for sure. I was puckered.
Other than that, I can't think of anything else super notable that went wrong. I mean, you had some pretty good setups on like some clockwork shots. I think Icewall was
yeah.
pretty fast.
Yeah. Icewall was pretty fast. Yeah. I shot the ice cubes too, so that was nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
QC early felt dumb fast.
That was pretty fast. Yeah. I practiced that a lot because I failed that in my PB for quite a bit. So, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the Oogle Boogle warp kind of gave you a little trouble too.
Yeah, that was weird. Usually it's not that difficult, but like I guess because literally all that was I was just too slow every time.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I just do it from the other side because I can't get the timing from that side, so I just don't do it. But I know that's what you're used to. Oh yeah, true. True. My bad. Oh.
Let's see.
I can't tell if that's Dingo or Azmi when the crosshair over the timer. Or the cursor over the timer.
That's me. That's
Azmi,
me.
I got crap for that in the novice tourney when I was streaming from my laptop.
Professional gamers.
Yeah. Oh, I drowned after crispy bacon. I was sad.
Oh yeah.
And then
I
I
didn't
missed the jumps in the
recognize
seed sanctum. Didn't even realize.
I didn't recognize it as something that wasn't supposed to happen.
We'll get there eventually. God, that was a mess. And
Wait.
God.
I really appreciate that little combo you did right there with Dave.
I get that fist bump.
Oh yeah, I failed kickball. It's a classic. It's a
Yep.
classic.
Kickball.
Bad skull, and then oh yeah, I died in pot of gold. That was so stupid.
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, the grenade's tricky.
I didn't know that if you hit the grenade in the right spot, it could still hit you, even if you were like right against it.
Yeah, that's I always just like I'm super far back because I'm terrified of dying for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Now I know that you actually can. Oh, Shlong just got
Yeah.
like, the quick
Ooh,
solo
Sean, that was
banjo
fast. Yeah,
thing. Yeah.
that was optimal. Nice. I'm so happy I didn't fail Canary Mary.
Yeah, I saw you
paused
pause.
twice, I think. Yeah. That was so. That was. It was like my rhythm was so off for the GGM races, so I was like, ah, shit, I'm gonna fail this.
Did you ever
It's
figure
okay.
out the input counter?
No, I forgot to do that. I'll have
I-
to do that, yeah.
I genuinely don't know how to help you there, and it just always started with that version of Nintendo Spy, and I
Yeah.
don't know.
I can figure it out. What I want to do there is I want to look at my inputs before Canary Mary, and then look at the inputs after Canary Mary on a successful attempt, then do the amount of seconds it took. I don't know, the amount of A presses it took over the amount of seconds it took. Figure out the BPM, and I can just like use a metronome online and then match to the rhythm. That's a theory how I can possibly do consistently.
Yeah, it's a tune that I keep.
theory.
All that stuff in the what's it called, floor 2, at the solo case section, that was a mess.
Oh yeah, you first landed in like the toxic waste, but you didn't take damage, and then you got to the spring pad and then just fell and died.
I didn't know where the pipe was. I was looking for it. I was like, oh, there's the pipe. Then I wingbacked and I was too short. So then, nope. That was sad. There was so many issues in that run. Oh god. I was so triggered the entire time.
That journey
Whatever.
from start to finish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a
Anyways.
441 though. It's not terrible. It's
True.
definitely.
I
Still
watched a full Tooie run.
Good, now you know the route, right?
Yeah.
Ah!
Yeah,
We
totally.
got it.
I think in MT, I failed the first flight section.
Oh yeah, you landed by the Jinjo, didn't you?
I landed in front of you and no go past.
Oh yeah, in front of it. Yeah.
That was dumb.
Yeah,
Whatever.
that was so long ago. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Didn't you you missed like the beak bomb to the honeycomb too? I think.
Did I beak bust? I don't know why I was holding Z and I beak busted. You're supposed to hold Z during that beak bomb
Yeah.
instead of after it.
So you can just get right into talent trot.
Yeah. I messed that up.
Some
And
decent puzzles, I think.
puzzles were okay. I think overall I did lose time to PB, like on all the puzzles. Average was worse, I think. That was I think that was the first run. I got the cutscene overlap in the hatch cave.
Oh, nice.
Finally got that. I golded that by like 8 seconds. That was nice. And
Yeah, it was
yeah.
cool to be able to
Shl-
explain that.
mhm. Yeah.
And then it didn't mess
And
up
yeah.
you didn't mess up the cheese wedge or anything. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, except in that same split is when I got pot of gold, so I couldn't gold it.
Yeah.
I'm so sad. I also messed up one clockwork shot for Mr. Fit, which means that I would have been a clockwork low in Spiral Mountain. I really should just put Spiral Mountain back after GGM. It's like with the clockwork warps, you have to have perfect clockwork management in order to like be able to use a clockwork in Spiral Mountain.
Yeah, true. I like doing it after GGM too.
Yeah, I really want to. It's just I really want to also compare my splits. Know where I'm losing time, but like, it's so pointlessly difficult to do it after CCO. So I don't know. I'll probably switch it eventually. And yeah,
Yeah, Shlong's coming up on Toxic Waste now. Yeah, Shlong's on big PB pace. He's minus 14 after Saberman.
nice, nice.
I guess we can wait out his PB, just finish it.
Don't wait it out. All right, sick. I can watch the stream then.
Yeah, may as well. I might have to take a bathroom break, but
You take your bathroom break. I took one somewhere in the between there.
Oh, we get this. Ooh, he got that. Nice. That's
Very
clean.
slick.
getting a little
Stuck.
caught up.
Oh, Shlongster does this? I didn't know he does this.
I don't know if he
Saves-
always has. I guess he probably always has.
Yeah, he probably like just watched someone's P. Yeah, he did that. He watched Falcon's PB, learn the route. So, yeah, Falcon does this in his PB.
He didn't do the Canary Mary cutscene skip in GGM. He just
Yeah.
shot the clockwork in.
That
But I
makes
guess-
sense because
I guess-
Falcon's PB was before that.
yeah, I was gonna say. I guess he didn't do that in his
Oh.
PB.
Yeah,
You should probably watch the tutorial playlist.
yeah. That was actually not bad. Toxic waste shot. It can be kind of finicky if you don't know what you're doing. Not bad.
Yeah, I remember you had a little trouble with the igloo shot too in HFC.
Yeah, I don't know. That was weird. I don't exactly know where I'm supposed to be aiming. It's like, I sort of have a feeling for it, which is bad. Because, like, I should be able to just know where I should aim.
Chili Willy early.
finally-
First try.
Finally punish me. That's true, yeah. I also do a baby strat for that. Specifically because I'm bad at it.
Yeah, you
Like,
take the hit,
hit
the
by the
damage
thing,
boost. Yeah.
The timing's perfect. But I actually messed it up once. I missed the second snowball. But I got it on the third one, so that's fine.
Yeah, that
Was
worried
whatever.
me when you missed that one. I was like, oh no.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and Chili Willy, I missed like a cycle. I shot 2 in a cannon instead of 3, and I had
Oh
to wait.
yeah.
I was so annoyed.
It sucks to miss one of those cycles. You just
Yeah.
sit there, depression.
I'm pretty sure I did that in my PB as well.
Snoopy,
Just
you
like-
don't understand. He got tired of doing that, so then he made the tutorial. So now he can just yell at people to watch the tutorial.
He said no more private tutoring.
I mean, that's what I do. I make DK tutorials and I like help people with the clips anyways.
I mean,
Just like,
let's be honest. You had a perfectly informative video, and I was still asking questions. You didn't. And you didn't tell me to go away.
yeah.
Overcomplicating things instead of just watching the video. The mindset.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Shlongster was not gonna watch it actually. True. the 2 FPS. Shlongster, you're on the wrong side. On the wrong side, bud. On the wrong side. There you go. There you
He's
go.
feeling himself.
Alright, alright. UCE. Will he hit a green barrel? Or will he get this trick? Oh, I don't like the setup. I don't like the setup already.
He'll get the trick, but he's not. He's gonna green barrel.
One or the other. That's not gonna work. Okay. Okay, good. Good. Okay, that's a good crack. Ooh, that's nice, nice, nice. Come on, come on. Oh yeah, my Jiggy spawned on the conveyor. That was interesting.
That was crazy. I'd never
Ooh.
seen that before.
The Jiggy, the grenade rolled. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why. That was weird. Maybe I like shot the barrel early. 'Cause I actually.
I was noticed. I made a comment about how fucking close you were shooting. Oh, I'm so sorry. God.
Yeah.
Shooting the barrel
Uh-huh.
so close to the edge, like you had your crosshair practically as close to the wall as you possibly could.
Yeah, I do that. I do that for like all of them except the last two. But then the last two, I actually asked PG about it. He said he shoots it more to the left, specifically because whenever he tried to shoot it early, the Jiggy would land on the conveyor. So I think I just did it too close to the right, like too close to the hole. That was nice. So the Jiggy landed in a good spot.
I
for
was
Shlongster.
impressed though. I was impressed though all the same.
Yeah. All you have to do is count, but counting is hard.
Counting is hard.
Nice, no green barrel. Nice, let's go. Will he get zapped here, though? That is the question. I got zapped in this room. I was so annoyed.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
Back.
Don't get zapped. Come on.
on.
Oh, he's taking his time. Okay. Oh, he got zapped. Oh no. Okay. Shit.
The damage recoil into the redo.
Yeah. He has to be really careful here. Thankfully, if he dies in Clinkers, he'll just respawn at the beginning of Clinkers instead of at the beginning of the level. That's
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier when you were in there.
good. Okay. I was at 2 health, I think, right?
Yeah, you had 2 health, and Flame was like, that's kind of monka, and I was like, yeah, 1 health is when it sucks.
Yeah.
I just get the health
One
in
health
like the
is when I
third
just
room.
yeah, exactly. That's when I just get that. I want to risk it.
Getting a
How
couple
will
extra
you ever
grenades.
get the disc?
Risk it.
Oh,
What is he gonna get here? I'm gonna say a 135. 135.
he was so confident with just grabbing the grenade eggs like that.
Yeah. You can just like go.
Say a 130.
Oh, he gets the health. What a god. Alright, 135. Come on. Faster. Okay.
Oh, that's bad luck.
Oh yeah, that sucks. 128. Damn, no
Man, these
faith.
minions aren't playing around.
Actually, this might be a 128. I don't know. Good. Get the clockwork! Aww. The clockwork is so nice.
It's not gonna be a 130. It's 8 or 9 or
Oh,
7
nope.
or.
Never mind, that was a bad guess. Wait, Shlongster, there's one up there. Wait. Up. Yeah.
124.
Damn. Close enough.
We're all a little high. Clap.
True.
Go green.
Not taking any chances on those.
Oh yeah. Have you guys seen that clip of General Toucans getting obliterated?
That's a good clip.
So- Shlongster, you can move. What are you doing? Skip the text.
Hey, there is not a single person vaping here. If it's a vaping sound you're hearing, it's probably NVIDIA broadcast telling my headset mic that it doesn't like it at all.
Oh, Shlongster's probably just reading the route. That would be my guess.
He had to check the Christy Bacon codes and the prison codes.
Oh god.
And he also
Damn.
paused heavily in CCL.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
damn.
because he got
when it
bad
was Mumbo.
school.
Yeah.
Did he get good or bad skull?
Bad school. So he had to
Damn.
see what he had to do, I guess, as like Mumbo from
Oh, okay.
from Blue School.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He just like sat like outside the skull for a good like 45 seconds probably.
Nice.
I was very confused. No one was talking. I didn't know what was going on.
That was a nice peck.
Yeah, that was pretty solid. It's textbook.
Big ol' pants.
Yeah, big O pants. No, Shlongster, higher, higher.
You just wanted to look at the big ol' pants.
And I opened the big O pants box. Oh no! Okay.
I thought he was just gonna fall. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you gotta jump if you want that box.
Yeah, just straight left. Like he's
Tui
missed it.
inertia is a little wild like that.
Straight right, you mean?
Momentum
Yeah.
is insane.
Yeah, straight right, straight right. Yeah.
Banjo actually falls like a 200-pound bear in this game.
Yeah.
Shout out to Banjo, the last remaining honey bear.
Honey bear.
F in the chat.
There's really no more. There's Tootie. What about Tootie? I guess she's not.
She's
She's
gone.
missing.
She was sacrificed for the title of the next game.
She's straight up
Oh,
missing.
shit, dude. Damn. He's the last one. This battery's always in a stupid spot. This battery was in a good spot for me for once.
Yeah.
Like, the majority of the time it's in the back corner.
Yeah, that's where it's always out of the way.
Good spot for that battery is the front right. Right in front of you. Right when you jump on
Yeah,
it.
because you're like coming from that side kind of, so it's just
Yeah.
right there.
The worst spot is back left. Because that's the farthest away from you. I've only seen PG get a good battery there once, and it was in his 418 flat PB. He was able to gold because of it. It was like, and he even said back then that was the first time he's ever seen it in a good spot. It's like super rare.
Oh yeah, you started doing the no DCW stuff
Oh,
earlier
yeah,
too.
in a witchy world. Oh, I was so annoyed. I was like, yep, that's what I get.
Do the walk of shame as Mambo all the way to space.
Yeah, I was literally timing that right before the match because in WCW you use the van there to get the treble clef only. Oh, that was so annoying.
It's funny because you like totally called it before the run.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that was the only place I did it though, thankfully. But yeah, it was annoying. I also failed Klungo cutscene skip. That sucked.
Oh
and then
yeah.
then I like ran into Klungo. Like I didn't know how to kill him or something. I just like completely forgot how to play the game.
You just you seem pretty flustered at that point.
Yeah. Like wait, what's happening? How do I do this? 'Cause I thought I was supposed to roll
16
into him.
minutes ahead. God dang.
Yeah, he's
16,
so far
maybe.
ahead.
Wait, did he just split on entering to him, please?
No, he split on clinkers, but so it's like a few
Okay.
minutes back. It's like 5 minutes back.
Okay. Yeah. See what he's gonna be after this.
Yeah, we'll see an accurate
I'm
amount.
gonna go on a limb and say he probably failed while they're skipping his PB. Probably.
Yeah, he has. I mean, he has so much time save still. It seems like.
Yeah. Probably.
He golded it, so he got his full minute.
Well,
Nice.
I mean, yeah, his best possible actually is a 5:20:30. If he had like 10 minutes or 9 minutes or whatever for the laundry stuff, and then like I don't know, another minute or so for getting there. It's probably gold. Probably doesn't fail. Weldar skip.
Yeah. This could get a sub 520. He's fast.
Yeah, if he can gold and like play really well close to the rest of his golds.
Yeah. Definitely do it here. I was so triggered on this split because I really wanted to gold this split, but then right away I just fluttered out of Talent Trot. And I was like, it's over. That happened so many times where I'm like, okay, I can just play for golds, right? And then as soon as the next split starts, I make like a huge mistake that prevents me from golding. That's so annoying. But I really wanted to get a sub 424 some of best this run, but I couldn't do it.
Yeah, it feels bad when you get like you have a really good split and then something right at the end just ruins it.
Yeah. Right at the end.
How many splits does Shlong forgot? He hasn't forgotten that many actually. He forgot a lot in like CCL-ish and then like after that, but for the most part like he's actually remembered to split.
No, he's got it down. Yeah.
Let's help you remember the route, at least, which is good.
Yeah, sometimes because like you revisit a few places like so frequently, you're kind of like, wait, which part am I on?
Yeah. Witchy World especially for me, at least. I
Yeah.
always get myself there. And TDL, I warped to the wrong spot in TDL in the solo case section.
I do
remember
that all
that.
the time. Like after the where you activate Mama's warp pad, sometimes I'll warp to like the
Yeah.
entrance and not top of the mountain, and I just forget to do the entire
I was
like half
so
section.
confused. I was like, wait, I can't think of the route, so then I just guessed where to warp, and then while the loading zone was going, I was like, nope, I chose the wrong spot.
Yeah, classic.
Just straight up forgot. EDL was pretty decent for me, I think. I got 3 blue eggs in the hatch cave. I was so sad. Instead of clockworks. And then in crispy bacon, I got like 2 blue eggs as well.
Oh yeah.
And then I stayed all the blue eggs.
Yeah, that
I got
really
so many
sucked. And then that's when you drowned too, was like after that.
Yeah, because like what happened was, I was like, okay, I'm low on clockworks. I'm gonna go get another clockwork and then leave. And then I didn't even get a clockwork, and then that wasted enough time so that I drown.
Yeah, because you can, like, if you go straight across, it's usually, like, right there. It's the perfect cycle, but you're also tight on air at that point.
Yeah. What's your PB, Lenin? I think he can. Maybe. I don't remember what your PB is.
.516.
516 now. He's probably not going to beat that.
Yeah, this split alone, like, from 507, it's like 9 minutes from there. And then you still do Weldar skip. So yeah, it looks like you're safe for now.
I like that you grabbed the clockwork and then fell. Like
Yeah.
one quick motion that was clean.
Optimal.
I don't know if you're supposed to be falling in the pit, but optimal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
Brandy.
don't know anything in
Sorry, go ahead. Azmi.
Usually in like if I'm doing a BK race on a Banjo race, after the race I'll just like do some random cool things. But I don't know how to do anything in this game.
Haven't played this game as much.
Yeah.
Just go flex on us and do
Now you
the
can
TOT early.
grab
Just
this.
start practicing that one
TOT.
early. Yeah, Brandino, like yeah, like the section of floor 1 for 100%. Yeah, like first learning, there's like you do so many solo sections, and it's kind of like, wait, what do I do now? And then it just becomes muscle memory. Nice grip
Screw
grab.
out there. Alright.
Just do breaking over and over and over.
Yeah, I gotta practice PTS. It's the only cool trick I know.
Oh, true, and it's right here.
Maybe I can do Hag one early if I remember it. You do this. You
Get them lines out.
I'm about to fall over. I love to feel it.
Ah! No.
Shout out my hardy 2D gamers.
Oh. But can he get CK early?
Oh, okay. That was first try. I don't know why I doubted it, but like, I just assumed you'd never done it before. I mean, I suppose it's the same concept, but
There
like
we
also.
Saves 5 seconds in any percent and Cheeto percent. If you do it fast.
Wait, what happens if you enter the loading zone? Oh wait, I can't. Oh, I have to do TOT to get up there. Shit. I guess we're doing TOT.
Just put in the practice drum and fly up there.
True. I think people will enjoy TOT more.
Sack.
Boss rush route.
Boss rush. Hell yeah.
Or excuse me, all bosses.
True, yeah.
I don't want to stomp on Dylan's legacy.
Ah, oh my god. I'm gonna die
Tower
right
de
here.
Queens.
No, screw it. I'm not gonna take any chances. Okay, I died. God damn.
Shlongster speed in his wagon. On his way to clean you boys.
Do it in Japanese. I have a Japanese cart, but I'll pass. Like, go.
Just win by pure guessing.
I need to prep for Japanese TT. I prepped for a Japanese furnace fun when I did a JP run. That was
Yeah,
fun.
the dolphin.
The dolphin, yeah. Exactly.
The gatehouse. You never get to see this unless you know DCW.
Blue Klungo 3. First Klungo 3. I don't know how to do this. I don't remember. It's been so long since I've been in WCW. No, he... Oh yeah, right, he does this.
Oh yeah, you got what was your potion order? You got green, red?
Red green.
Red, green, okay. Shlong got blue, red, I think. Yeah, he got blue, red.
Oh no, shot of clockwork. Alright, it's fine. It's okay. Klungo's going to make video games now.
Then he made the best part of nuts and bolts.
Yeah. Klungo saves the world. Stupid games. Aren't you even gonna be here since I beat her on this file? I don't know how GCW stuff works. Please don't be here.
Just end up at the top of an empty tower. You just get the skull bouncing around. You actually get to play kickball.
True. Real kickball.
Oh, Shlong doesn't even have a split for the workers Jiggy, like
Oh,
on his
does he?
PB.
Oh,
Like he has one, he just didn't split in his PB, so he doesn't have anything to compare against.
how do you travel to Cloud Cuckoo Land? In a bubble. Oh, you're supposed to slow down the text, I forgot.
Boo! Look how it came through your mic. Like it was just a boo.
You got a nice gold for the workers Jiggy.
Sweet. Wait. What? Am I stupid? Did I not click the right one? Oh, who's not in there? Wow, what a rigged question. It showed a picture of Conga. I clicked on Conga, and the answer was Boggy's Kids.
Alright, it's time for Shlong. Some Shlong slinging.
Oh boy, here we go.
Please no weldy.
Always answer questions at 0 seconds left.
He can still sub 520 if he does this really fast and really well.
True, true. Amma, you can do it. Ooh, no, wait, that was good. No, Shlongster, no.
Yeah, the last one was... he should have stuck with that
looks
one.
a bit thick.
That was I believe.
That's kind of
It's too far.
face to the left so that it gets thinner. Okay.
Come on, Shlong, you can do it. That's a good line.
Yeah, that's decent.
That's gonna be too
wait,
high.
he just had it.
That might be a little too high, I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
That worked.
Okay. Good, good, good. Come on, come on. Oh, I got the exact same picture 2 times in a row. Hello? Didn't know that was possible. Oh my god, I don't know.
Wonder what the chances are, to be honest.
5 out of 10 bongs. God. Alright, Shlong.
Go
You can do it.
Shlong!
It's taking his time. It's taking his sweet time.
We have to sub 520, but... Oh no, oh no. Oh no, he had it.
No! Oh my god, that's so sad. I did that like a couple days ago. So sad, dude.
He did...
Schlaffen!
Should have taken his chance with the one extra little jump at the end.
Yeah.
It's hard because
Or
you don't
just-
want to do it.
Or fluttered.
Yeah.
Maybe the beak. Maybe a beak bust would have saved it, but I think he would have lost too much height before he actually got it up.
Yeah, if he would have fluttered after the last jump, he could have beak busted to be sure, and then...
He tagged the warp though?
Yeah.
Did. Smart, smart, smart.
Genius!
Still gonna be a fat P regardless.
Yeah, oh no. Alright, here we go. Round two, round two. Let's go. Come on. Come on.
Gotta get it just perfect. Nice. GG. He's
GG.
checking totals.
Check totals and bring him in.
Nice.
GG,
GG, Shlong.
Sup, Shlongster? GG on the PB. Nice, nice.
Wait, it's
Yeah.
24 moves, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
I
you
thought
got
it was
everything.
25 for some reason.
Now you're good.
Yo,
You're-
am I
GG's,
gonna
guys.
lose?
433.
Oh!
Big
20
game
PB.
time.
23-minute PB, let's go! I was trying to get sub 520, but Welder Jiggy didn't like me today.
Ha! You idiot, Blood Bell.
Yeah, you were
Sorry.
really close. You barely missed that on the pack.
Yeah,
The
I was
classic
like,
nerds.
no! I knew it was over. I was like, damn it.
Yeah, and then the bill drill
Yeah.
just killed it. I was like, ah, no.
Yeah. But definitely a lot of improvement.
Super.
There we go.
Yeah, definitely, and I mean, still a big PB. So I mean, your sum best is it's a 507, so that's really solid.
Dude, for real, it went from a 519 to a 507. That's
You had a
crazy.
ton of golds.
Tons of golds. I just gotta play a little, like, just more optimally, and I could probably hopefully get sub 5 someday.
Yeah, for sure.
Yo,
Soon.
Mickey?
Soon, TM.
Did you PB as me?
No, I didn't. I had a terrible run.
Oh, damn. What'd you get, at least?
441.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. You should got sub 5, though.
True.
Hell yeah.
Bunch of
Yeah.
guys in call right now.
But I'm happy about this run. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a PB. It's good.
A lot of time saving pterodactyl land.
What happened
Yeah.
there? I didn't.
Massive
I
PB in race.
I died a bunch of times.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there were some falls. There were some solo K falls.
Yeah. I was trying to do that one thing where you crouch and then you like fall to right next to the hole to hatch that egg in the cave. But I kept
Oh.
dying.
Oh,
I was
okay.
like, dang it!
Yeah. You missed the jump to the egg by the water too.
Oh yeah! Oh, I was like, oh my gosh, are you serious?
Yeah, that's.
I had to
nuts.
go all the way up. Oh man.
The Terry sadness.
Oh yeah, the freaking 3 cycle. I was like, no! And I forgot to get grenade eggs. I was
That
like,
one, Ellie.
oh.
I could see you were visibly upset.
I was like, no. Dang it. But yeah, I'm surprised at PB honestly with that run.
Wait,
was
did you have your webcam on?
Oh, I did. Wait. Oh, did you guys see my webcam as well?
Yeah, your webcam. Well, not they didn't, but I
Not on
had
stream.
you pulled up on the VLC.
Oh, gotcha.
yeah.
Yeah,
so I
like,
saw
second
it.
damn it. Yeah, I had my webcam on.
Yeah, dude, we watched you the whole time.
I was like, damn it. I kept pinching my forehead a bunch of times during that run. I'm like, oh my gosh. But yeah, everything was better when my wife brought pizza.
I saw that.
I was like, yes, I'm so happy. Yeah, thank you guys for hosting and everything, and thank you for the race, Azmi.
No problem.
Yeah, no problem.
Got the race a legend, dude.
Being a quality racer, good sir.
Yeah, man, it's fun.
Yeah.